welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, week number 80. I'm of course Showside VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome to something amazing, something beautiful. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked. This is a big open tournament, and we have not just a plethora of players showing up for the first time, but we have the man of the hour himself. Oh my god, the namesake for this tournament, Pappy. It's crazy. It's wild. It's a little bit Tuna. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of our home, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality for the very first time in the Sparkling Tuna Cup. It is Ryung, the Tuna Terran himself, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his winner. Oh my god, going for a 12 pool. Jesus. We have his winner. We have the Red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Coast Phoenix. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gambit time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. For those that are maybe unaware as to what's... Oh my god, we're even going for a hatch? Like a hatch into the main? What's going on? He's crazy. The drone has arrived. Very suspicious. There we go. Hatchery into the main base. No reason for a drone scout here in this matchup. And Ryung, he checks. He confirms. He gets eyes on the hatchery. We're about to cheese it up. I want to talk about the players. I want to talk about what this means for the CranKy Ducklings, what it means for Sparkling Tuna Cup. But before any of that, we're cheesing the hell out of Ryung. Let's go. The hatchery is placed. We have 5 SCVs. 5 SCVs going to be pulled off the mineral line here to try to focus it down. Likewise, Reaper is on the way, and we'll see if Ryung can fully wall off. For the time being, there is a gap. There's a gap here in the wall, and Lings are flooding across the map. Again, one base all in. One base all in. Link speed is on the way. Pulls out of gas. No drones whatsoever. It's all or nothing for Cost Phoenix. Another couple of SCVs are being pulled. Going to be 7 in total. And so far, the wall is open. The Reaper will have a lot of kiting potential. True, a lot of kiting potential here for the Reaper. Lings are moving out. And the hatchery is taking a lot of damage. The hatchery is not going to finish. Yeah, there's enough DPS here. Up. Ooh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Hatchery goes down. Ling has arrived, but the Reaper can hide to its heart's content. Boys can be pulled as well to a buffer. And so far, it's all about the control of Ryung. This Reaper should not be surrounded, should not go down. There we go. A couple of boys are pulled to help buffer, help support him. Ryung, he will completely shut this down. He will clean up the Lings. There's a handful of Lings remaining. Ling speed is on the horizon, but there are no Lings left. There's no Lings left here to take advantage of the upgrade. And with that, Ryung, he's holding. Ryung, he is holding. Cost Phoenix just overextending here. Again, had potential when it came to the initial proxy, but alas, it was killed. And with that, Link speed just too far away from finishing. Ryung, he's now fully walled up. He has the factory on the way. CC on the high ground, massing up Marines. There is an add-on here, so only 2 Marines. That's gonna be enough. That should be enough here. That's going up. Again, microing his heart out, takes out one of the Lings. Link speed is done. And Cost Phoenix attempts to chase Ryung down, and Ryung, it looks like up. Oh my god. Whew. Oh no, the Queen. The Queen comes down. Oh no. The Reaper does fall. The Reaper gets hunted down here. Thankfully, now Cost Phoenix is expanding, but as you can see with the worker count, has not been droning. 12 drones. 12 drones the entire game. Only 12 workers for the 12 pool. There are no other workers, no saturation. Nothing other than the Link Flood. Nothing other than the all-in. And again, as the game progresses, as the game goes on, it's getting better and better for Ryung. As he's getting more units, more Hellions, further tech as well. Starport is on the way. CC is almost done, soon to expand the low ground. And Cost Phoenix, he's running out of time here. Now, there is a chance that if Ryung is too active with these Hellions, if he gets surrounded out on the map, and then bam, Cost Phoenix can just flood across the map, and maybe Ryung is being too greedy, maybe he's making SCVs, maybe he isn't making units, then we can pop off. But that's a big if. As Ryung, he pokes in. Oh, shaving off the Lings. Tells her in the natural. And alas, Cost Phoenix can't really do much from here. Does deflect, does defend. Did run up somewhat up to 18 workers. Oh, that's crazy. It's 18 workers. That's still under 2 base. Sorry, that's still under 1 base saturation. As 1 base would be 22. So still not quite there. Still massing up Queens, more Lings. Going for a Bane bust. I mean, that'll do it. Bathe Nest is on the way. But the Hellions have arrived, and the Lings are getting roasted. Yeah, Lings, they go down, and from here we can go straight to the mineral line. There's only 2 queens left to defend. They can focus down one of the Hellions. What about the other 3? Oh, as they can one-shot. Oh my god. Yeah, they can one-shot drones. 7 workers going down. There was barely an economy to begin with, and now, I mean, there isn't. There is no economy. Banshee does arrive. More Hellions running across the map, going for the queen. And GG gets called. Too much damage. Ryung, he will hold. He will survive and take game number 1. GG. Ryung, he will take a lead in the series, but again, shout out to CosPhoenix here for bringing something different to the table. Ryung, he is, of course, a veteran in the scene. He is a long-time pro gamer, pro player even, and might even be the oldest pro in the brackets, actually, now that I think about it. He's been around for a very long time. Very, very long time. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And with that will lead us here into game number 2. There we go. Game 2 is going to be on Frostline. And before I get ahead of myself, while I have your attention and while we can talk about the game, I talk about the players here. There's some people that have been wondering for a long time here. I mean, on the one hand, you know, Matt, like, why do you have a Tuna? I mean, we're Ducks, you know, we have a mascot for every single tournament. True, we have the Grand Platypus Open, we have the Sea Duckling Open, we have the Master Swan Open, we have the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, and we have the Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. True. So, you know, we have mascots for every single event that we host here on the CranKy Ducklings. But why a Tuna specifically? Well, for those that are curious, Elima League used to be an event that was very prevalent back in the day. Elima League was around for a very, very long time. Was a mainly focus. It was an open tournament, open weekly, but focused on the Korean region. Alas, Elima League did end many years ago. Recently came back, but that's a story for a different time. Recently did come back, and we were lucky enough to be the English casters for it. But did retire and did step away for many years. As Elima League died out, we stepped in to replace that online Korean-centric, Korean time zone weekly tournament with this event, with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is why we did begin our event, was when Elima League was kind of waning and did stop becoming a weekly open cup. So we stepped in, and to reference the Korean scene and to reference the Korean weekly, we made our event the Tuna. And why exactly? Well, because of this player here. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the Terran, the Tuna Terran himself, the Dongwon Papi, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have someone once again going for a 12 pool and going into the pack ass so very quickly. We have the red zone for the Platinum Heroes down in the series. Can he cheese out his opponent once again? It is a Phoenix. And we're going 2-Rack Reaper. 2-Rack Reaper, a hatchery here is thrown down at the natural, and Phoenix is once again going for a link flood. Mining gas here just for link speed to flood across the map. Oh boy. If you're curious, why is Ryung the Tuna Terran? Well, I mean, one, that's his nickname, but the reason why he's the Tuna Terran is because Ryung's name is Dongwon. Dongwon is his name, IRL. There's a couple of players with that name. I think there's like 3 notables. There's Ryung, there's Hydra. Hydra's also a Dongwon, and there's another player as well, if I'm not mistaken. But what is Dongwon? What does that mean? That is a brand of canned tuna in Korea. It's a brand of canned tuna. So the Tuna Terran is actually a Korean nickname by the Korean fans. The Korean fans, they call him the Tuna Terran. They have a lot of memes about tuna related to Ryung as well. And that has since kind of been translated over to the English-speaking community as well. So he is the Tuna. He is the Tuna. And again, like, this is his first time playing. It's the first time he's playing here in our tournament in years. And I did message him as the event was starting. I was very grateful, and he didn't know. Of course, he didn't know that that's the reason why that we were the Tuna, and he was very grateful. And full circle. Full circle. There's actually another reference in our tournament name here, but we'll get to that after the series. As for now, the hatchery is under fire, taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Lings, they're going for the depot. And the boys are not here to repair, but again, because of 2-Rack Reaper, there's plenty of Reapers to defend, plenty of DPS, and we're going to get up to 4, up to 5 Reapers here. One SCV to repair, that's all that is needed. And despite Link speed finishing, the Lings, they cannot break through. Oh, we have a Queen though. Queen has arrived. Lings, they're flooding in, and we need some more poise here. Alas, so far, Ryung, he does pull one extra SCV down to low ground. Going for the Queen is going to go down. And without the Queen, does throw down the Tumor. Tumor gets placed, but the Lings are cleaned up, and Ryung, he holds. Ryung, he holds on. Now, what is most terrifying about this game state compared to the previous one is that unlike the previous game, this time Ryung has a mass amount of Reapers early on, which means that once this is dealt with, once this goes down, then we have a massive counterattack on our hands. Whereas the Hellion aggression was delayed last game, this time the Reapers they're ready. Oh my god, he does pull away. Ryung not losing a single unit, by the way. Not a single Reaper, not a single SCV. Crazy. Oh no. Broodlings, they try to dive in. They're going for the SCV, and it looks like they will not get a single unit here. Ryung, he defends, cleans up all the tumors, and again, he has how many Reapers? He has 8, soon to be 10 Reapers. He can move out across the map, and back at home, I mean, Cos Phoenix doesn't really have much to defend. There's no Queen. There's no Queen. There's barely any Lings, and now taking a Gas Geyser. This will most likely be for Roaches, I would imagine. Maybe just another Baneling Nest. But Cos Phoenix is in trouble. Ah, there he is. The Tuna. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, man. Oh my god. And with that, Ryung, he has held. He's going for a third CC before Starport. Economic follow-up here. I don't even think this is necessary, but sure, just being very economic, very safe. And with that, here comes the move out. And how many Reapers is this? We are up to 10. 10 Reapers here for Ryung. Again, he has yet to lose a unit. And there's not much of them to defend. Alas, there's not even okay, there's one Queen. There's one Queen. Lings, they get shut down. The Queen, can we take down a Reaper? Up! No, not quite. Not quite. GG gets called. A perfect game here for Ryung. And Ryung, he will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Ryung will take the series. Again, he's coming in as one of the favorites to make a deep run in the tournament, but a shout out to Cos Phoenix, as Cos Phoenix is more of an amateur player. He does sign up for our amateur events on a regular basis, and when you're up against a pro player, if you really want to bring him down, one way to do it is to cheese the hell out of them and hopefully catching them off guard, catch them being too greedy, and catch them with their pants down. Unfortunately, Ryung, Tunas don't wear pants. So he's in his element. He's he's perfectly fine. And Ryung does handle it. But shout out to Cos Phoenix nonetheless. GG, well played. Very entertaining series. Very entertaining match. And hope to see more of Cos Phoenix in the future. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, Ryung will advance on into the next round. And we'll be following Ryung into that next series. Into that next best of 3. Here we go. As I believe we have our opponents. We have our opponents already here. As we switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Whew, and again, it's a large bracket, Pappy. It's a very large bracket. From the top, we have ByuN. ByuN, of course, is arguably the sparkling tuna. The OG, I should say, is Ryung. He was one of our first kind of big champions of the event of sparkling tuna. We do have ByuN waiting for the winner of Homeowner and Rebellion. That is going to be a rematch here from matches that we have already played, from last night's show matches, I should say. Rebellion and Homeowner, they faced off last night in StarCraft Evolution, and here they face off in StarCraft 2. Best of luck. Best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Jumi. Jumi is up against Tahil in the first round. We have Wayne up against Shovka. Ryung advances on. Iba got a walkover. Iba versus Ryung is coming up next. That is our next series. That is where we are headed. And let's go into a TVZ. Scrolling down, Cristiano's up against Zergtanis in the first round. 3-point takes on Hacker's top 2-2-0. Scrolling down a little bit further here. We have SKillous. Nikita takes on Tabletos 2-0. Nikita also competing in our event for the very first time. Best of luck. He is waiting in the round 16, waiting for the winner of Art or Azura, as that's going to be a PvP in that next round. Scrolling down, we have Gerald. Gerald up against Prome. Percival up against Rennie Hour. Meanwhile, we have a Creator. He takes down the last Ketchup 2-0. Creator waiting for the winner of Nikic and Ledlix. And we have YoungYakov up against the, oh my god, the favorite player himself. Not quite a Tuna, but close enough. is a fish, Captain Fish, if you will, up against YoungYakov, and we have Nickrat up against a Blue Knight at the bottom of the bracket. Whew, let's go. Very large bracket. A lot of matches are taking place. The vetoes are underway, and again, our next series here. Our next series is going to be. Is going to be Iba versus Ryung. Let's go. Let us go. Just catching up in the chat. When Ryung plays mech, is it called the Tunator? Oh no, not like this. The Tuna-nator. It's catching up. What a bracket, mate. What a bracket. We got some big names, mate. We got some big names. We got ByuN, we got YoungYakov, we got SKillous, we got Creator, we got ByuN, we got Ryung, we got some Terran, we got some Protoss, we got a little bit of Zerg sprinkled in as well. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be beautiful. I'm a little bit daunted here just because I mean, there's just so much, right? Like, there's so many games, and I want to cast so much of it as well. Like, I want to feature Nikita, I want to feature Percival, I want to feature Gerald, Nickrat, Creator, I want to feature YoungYakov as well, Wayne, Nikic, I want to feature a lot of these players. But alas, there's only so much I can do, Pappy. Only so much. Ay. But alas, looks like we have our next game. We are jumping into our next series. Beautiful here. Yeah, vetoes are done. Making sure we are good to go. Beautiful. Meanwhile, I did want to briefly touch on this, and I'm sure many people have heard us say this before, but I was talking about how the Tuna is a reference to... The Tuna is a reference to Ryung, of course, but the name of the event, the fact that the Tuna is sparkling, is also another reference to GSL. For those that are maybe longtime viewers, especially of, I guess, 2015, 2016 era of GSL, you would know that there were a lot of memes around GSL because of the ads that they would be playing. That would be, they'd play a lot of sparkling ads. It'd be a lot of sparkling. Basically, I think it was it Chillsung Cider or was it something else? No, I think it was another sponsor, but they used to have a lot of they used to have sparkling water ads in GSL. So that's where the sparkling comes from. But the reason why we chose a word that starts with S as well is because it's also a reference to a player called the STC. The STC is also a Korean Terran player, also an ex-Axiom, or he wasn't an ex-Axiom member, but he was a housemate. He was an Axiom housemate back in the day. Fun fact, the STC, after being retired for years, he recently came back to cast, by the way. Like, I want to say like a couple of months ago, the STC started casting StarCraft Evolution. I say a couple of months ago, like in December, like pretty recently, like December, November, started casting, which was a pleasant surprise. I was like, oh my, like the STC, you retired back in Heart of the Swarm. It's been a long time since I've seen the STC, but he came back to casting, again, like back in November. And is still casting, by the way, and still actually competing in StarCraft Evolution. And, you know, STC is Sparkling Tuna Cup, right? That's why we chose those initials. That's also a reference to the STC, a reference to GSL with Sparkling, reference to Ryung with the Tuna. Like, it's all there, though. A lot of time and effort was put into the name of this tournament when we started it back in the day. That's a lot of effort, But here we go. Here we go. We are jumping into our next series, into our next matchup, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of the UK. It is Iba. Yes, Tropicana sparkling. Exactly. Oh no. I'll always remember the very hardworking person in that ad. Very hardworking. Ah no. Alright, let's go. As now, standard opener. We have our standard opener here. Going to be going for the Rax expand here from the side of Ryung. No crazy cheese, no crazy aggression. Not after the series we just held. Here we're going to be slowing things down and embracing our TVZ across the map. Hash gas pool as well. So standard opener out of Eva, standard opener out of Ryung. Let's go. There was a player, OGS STC in beta / Wings of Liberty. He was also in Heart of the Swarm. That's who I'm referring to. The STC. Like that's literally who I'm talking about. Yes, yes. You know, Papi, you know. You understand. But yeah, he was that player was actually housemates with Ryung. They were housemates. I say with Ryung, with all the Axiom members. So Ryung, CranKy, Impact, Alicia, Heart, and the SCC. They all used to live together in the Axiom era of StarCraft back in Heart of the Swarm. And that's also the person that I'm referencing that came back to casting recently. Did start casting back in November, which is great to see. Go. But now Ryung going to be forced back. We do have Eba getting his third base, joining on up, saturating his bases, and slowly getting everything up and running here. And now we can embrace a longer game state. Ooh, as we are going for a third CC before starport. Economic opener here. I should say a standard opener, very safe. Curious that Ryung did throw down his tech much further back, a little bit more hidden here, but there's nothing too crazy. There's a tech lab into an add-on swap into what should be Banshee play out of Ryung. Should be Banshee. Did MMA? Yes, yes. MMA also did stay with him. That was after, I believe. Oh, actually, no. I think that may have been at the same time. So a lot of people actually lived in the Axiom house throughout the course of years, where some players rotated in, other players rotated out. MMA did stay with them. Innovation also stayed with them as well. I think by the time they were staying with them, I think the STC may have still been with them, and then a little bit afterwards, then he moved out. And if you remember, it's after he moved out, and a little bit later coming into Legacy of the Void is when True moved in. True moved in with Patience as well. True and Patience. They also came in to stay with the Axiom boys. Bang Taesu, Bang Taesu, and Patience. So yeah, a lot of people. There was also an era where Hyun was also staying with them for a time. Who else? Obviously Scarlet. Scarlet was staying with them for a time. And I'm sure I'm forgetting someone. I'm sure there's another that's slipping my mind. As of now, we have our Hellions going to be threading a dive here towards that third base. As we mentioned before, again, Cloak Banshee. So third CC into Cloak Banshee, standard opener here, taking his third base, very safe. The reason why I say this is safe is that Banshees, they are designed to keep you safe against roach-based play and roach-based aggression, and also to get harassing damage across the map. Speaking of, Banshee does hit the natural, and drones are going down. Whew. Getting 2 workers so far. Not bad. 2 drones going to be falling. Ryung, he does pull away. Does pull away. Likewise, Eva going to be saturating. Thankfully, didn't lose too many workers here, just 2 so far. And embracing Lingbane. Bit of a safer start out of Eva. I was referring a lot to the opener of Ryung, but likewise, Eva went lair first. Lair first into Banelings, into delayed Eva chambers. The reason for this is to have Banelings ready early on, just in case there were to be a Hellbat push, for example. So just really safe play here from Eva, prioritizing Banelings speed over the upgrades. Over 1-1. The old Banshees, they find 3 more drones. Dipping between the bases. Threatening that queen. They do threaten. So far, Eba trying to keep up. Likewise, Ryung coming in from behind. Up. Pokes in. Pulls away. Does pull away. Ooh, and we can embrace a longer game here. There's been a couple worker kills from the Banshees. Only a couple, though. The Banshees do survive, so they can still threaten another dive, another flyby. Ryung still maintaining map control. The goal here is to make sure the creep does not get out of hand. They're able to keep it in check. and get ready for the eventual tank push. And it's coming. The tank is here. The first tank, I should say, building up to a second, a third tank, a bio, stim, combat shields +1. Ryung is gearing up for his push. And right now, the game state is Eba trying to make sure he can extend his creep as far as he can to be ready for that move out, so he can deal with that as easily as possible. As a creep will allow him to engage with the push ahead of time. So we have this back and forth. Speaking of the move out, here it comes. They're going to be zoned away. Oh, zoned away. We reach that 7-minute mark, and here comes that move out. Hellbat's about to be morphed in. Armory is done. Here come those Hellbats. Ryung is moving out towards that northern fourth. Queens are in position. Remember, bailing speed is done. 1-1 upgrades are not going to be a part of this. They will finish up halfway through the fight. So Ryung, he rotates. Army gets spotted. Trying to sneak up. Eba, he's ready for this. Yeah, tank save to siege. Ooh. He doesn't commit. Doesn't commit yet. At the same time, going for Ling run by. Bench is in position. SCV is going to be going down. SCVs are falling. Late reaction there by Ryung. 6 SCV kills, not bad. Did I say 6? Oh my god. Oh no, Ryung! He pulls away too soon. Does pull away too soon. Every SCV going to be going down. 14, 15 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Bailey, they crash on in. They shut down the fire. And Eba, he's holding. Eba, he shuts down the tank. There's one tank left, barely going to go down as well. And Eba, he doesn't just defend, he also kills the mineral line. Oh, but reinforcements have arrived. And Ryung, does he have too much? Yeah, he steps in, takes out 1, 2, 3, 4 queens. All the queens are going down. There's no Rolling Bane. No, he's not ready. Yeah, Banelings are morphing in, but they're not ready yet. And Ryung is stimming in. He wants those Banelings. Does want them. They finish morphing in. Queen can almost reset. And Eba, he just has to hold on, but it's easier said than done. The pre-splits, oh my god. Yeah, Ryung, he pre-splits his army. He's ready, and Ryung, he will break through. He has too much, he overwhelms. GG gets called, and Ryung will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh my god, a GG, well played. A very, very intense game there, an intense moment. Honestly, really good moment for Eba when he went for the Ling run by. When Ryung, he did pull away too soon. He lost every single SCV. Ryung was all in. Ryung, upon losing all those workers, he was all in. He was committed, and he had to commit then and there across the map. Alas, we saw that Eba wasn't quite ready for the second wave. He cleaned up the first attack very well. It was very impressive. It was very impressive. Eba, he did shut down the first wave, the first attack. But it was the second wave where he wasn't quite ready here. He was still lacking those Banelings, didn't have anything left over. And Ryung was able to break him then and there. GG. GG, well played. With that, Ryung takes the lead. Now we're jumping into game number 2. Jumping into Error Home. Go. And we'll see if Eba can force the ace smash. I mean, based on what happened in game 1, I'm confident. I feel confident here in Eba that he can bring it to Ryung. I want to believe we can force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. I can't find the SSC's Twitch channel. He streams over on Chijik. There we go. Yeah, shout out to Kuro. Oh yes, does stream over on Chijik, which is a Korean streaming platform. But yes, you are correct in saying that Twitch is banned in Korea. Yes, it is, which is why a lot of the Korean streamers, like CranKy, like the SCC, Ryung, I think Ryung, he still kind of like pseudo streams on Twitch, but a lot of the others have switched over to either Chijik or to Soup. Soup is the other one. I think there's 3 platforms. There's Chijik, there's Soup, and there's a Kakao platform as well, which I'm not too familiar with. But I think there's 3 big ones in Korea. Here's 3 big ones, and here we go. This morning, in the top right-hand corner of Error Home, we have our blue Terran player from South Korea leading the series 1-0, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, going for a hatch pool opener. Interesting. We have our red Zerg player representing the Final Heroes. It is Eba. Eba. Let's go. Let us go. Whew. So we are going to be settling into game number 2. From here, of course, Eva is going to be opening up with delayed gases. So gases opener out of Eva. What does this mean? This means no link speed, of course. This means we can rush into a slightly faster third base, get better saturation. But I feel like this is a little bit greedy of Eva on Error Home of all maps. Typically, we see gases openers be quite prevalent on some of these larger maps. I'm referring to Abyssal Reef, Neo Violet Square, El Dorado, King's Cove. I mean, what these maps have in common is an easier to defend natural and third base. The entrances to these bases are usually a lot more narrow, a lot more easier to rotate between as well. But yeah, this is very different here at Eva. He is making 8 links already. Oh my god. Links are moving out. And we'll see how Eva will approach this. As Ryung back at home going for a standard opener, going for a Rax into CC. Standard opener out of Ryung. Does take down 2 of those links. Threatens the mineral line. Third hatchery's on the way. Still no gases from Eva. And here come those links. Their goal here is to delay the CC and they get some SCV kills. As links, they do waddle in. Yeah, CC is going to be delayed. Goes on away the SCV. Nibbling away at the expansion. Reaper's racing back home. A couple of boys are being pulled. And again, Ryung, he cannot force to cancel this. Cannot afford to cancel this, I should say. And with that, he will clean this up. Oh, Marine is going to go down. Gets a Marine, gets 1 SCV. Ooh, just the 1. 1 SCV, 1 Marine, and a delay on the CC. Not bad. And from here, Eva can focus on droning. And now gases are being taken. Now, the reason why I was emphasizing that we usually see this kind of play out of Eva on more defendable maps just because it is easier to rotate between the bases with your queens and with slow links. Here on Error Home, I'm a little bit concerned. I'm not so certain that it's going to be as easy here on this map. We'll keep an eye on Eva as he is going for roaches. Roaches are on the way. Behind this, Ryung is going for a 3cc 2-on-1. Limited Hellions. Limited Hellion production going for stim timing instead. There's Yadon Swap to go for marine production. So Ryung, he's going to have a very light amount of Hellions, like 2 to 4 Hellions is all that he has, which means Ryung, he won't really be able to pressure or really apply any aggression to the mineral lines. Oh. He's going to try to slip in though. Does slip in. Oh my god. He commits anyway. Does commit. Gets 1 drone. Gets 1. Ooh, gets 2. And workers, they are lining up. But he shouldn't get much more done here. Yeah, just 2 workers. And again, imagine if this was a more standard Hellion-based opener. I mean, Eva would have been exposed. He would have been exposed. He would have been vulnerable to these Hellion dives. He's now walling up and droning. He's walling up. He's droning. Roaches are on the way. And Ryung, he's going to be hitting here with, I was going to say 16 Marines. That is Marauder production already here. Interesting adaptation. Ryung, he scouted the tech.
Upgrade complete.
He did see the Roach Warren. Ryung is aware of what's going on. So he is going to be adapting his build here. Typically, this moves out with 14 Marines and 2 medevacs and stim. But instead, we're going to have some Marauders involved as well. At least 1 Marauder. Here come the medevacs. Here comes the move out. And we'll see what Ryung can get done. Until then, Eva, he's free to spread creep. He's free to spread his creep. Setting up back at home. Lair is on the way. He's getting to his lair, he's getting to his road trap. Oh. Zero doesn't escape, and here we go. The medevacs, they have arrived. And now Ryung can move out. Now Ryung can be active, he can push. Here comes the double drop. He's going for the double drop. Making his way towards the third. So far, Eva, he is somewhat in position. He's got how many roaches? He's got 10. 10 roaches to defend. Handful of queens. Ryung stims in. And Eva, he is in position. Does deflect. Whew. Okay. we made it. So far, so good. Eva is keeping up with the drop play. Keeping up with the main army. Ryung sharking around. He's going to rotate. He ideally would try to force a cancel here on the 4th base. Going to be rotating. Eva, he's somewhat in position, distracted by the Reaper. Does rotate back over. And he's here. Yes, here in time. So Ryung jumping to the main. Behind this, Ryung getting his 3rd base up and running. And behind this, going to 1-1 upgrades. 5 rack setup. But so far, this 2-on-1 has been a little bit lackluster. It's not done enough. And throughout all of this, Eva is building up a terrifying army. And we're getting ready for 1-1. 1-1 is almost done. Roach speed as well. And soon Eva, he can just send it across the map with a massive amount of Roach Ravager. And I didn't really get to introduce you to Arrowhome. Welcome one and all. This is a TLMC map. This is a rush map. I don't know if you can notice here, but from natural to natural, I mean, we're right here. the map is tiny. It's a very small map. Aggression is favored. And it doesn't take long at all here for the Roach Ravager to reinforce across the map. So here we go. Eva, he is pushing. He's already at the doorstep of Ryung. Now, Ryung, what does he have? He has 3 tanks. He has 3 tanks set up. 2 at the natural, 1 at the 3rd. Scans, trying to get a read on what's going on. Eva's maxed. He's up 50 supply. But that is inflated. Bunkers are ready. And Ryung, he steps in. Dusting forward. Tank boys going up. Yeah, get within range here. 1 tank does go down. There's still 2 more tanks. The boys are being pulled, and Eva, has he done it? We'll take down these SCVs, but can he break the tank line? And there's still 3 tanks left. 1 tank gets piled. 2 tanks remaining. Eva's running out of steam. Pile will connect. But with these reinforcements, yeah, Eva's going to lose everything here. The Roaches, the Ravagers, Ryung, he holds. At a cost, though. Ryung, it cost him 24 SCVs. He had to pull the boys. He lost everything, but he survives. He does survive. Trying to go for a counterattack at the same time. Eva does hit the 3rd base, takes down the tank. 1 tank left. Down to 2. Up to 2. 2nd tank has arrived. Ryung holding on. Ryung, he is holding. Eva moving in. Oh. Right into natural. Ryung, he does hit the 4th base though. Eva getting caught out. Drones are falling. Remember, Eva, this was a 3 base all-in out of our Zerg player, and he will lose the 4th. That's going to be close. That's going to be so close. It looks like it will barely go down. Yeah, no queens, no transfuse. Hatchery does fall. And Eva, he's forced to commit to the 3 base all-in. He's getting ready for the 2nd wave. And this time, oh my god, that's a lot of tanks. Jesus. The 3rd base is exposed, and SCVs are going to go down. But Eva cannot break that natural. Hot pick up here out of Ryung, saving 3 SCVs. And upon seeing this setup, Eva should not try to break it. I feel like that will be his downfall. Play it safe, Eva. Play it safe. He's taking. Gas is being taken. Hatch is being rebuilt. Hydrogen's on the way. Eva is taking up. And he will deny the expansion. He will deny the 3rd, but the 4th base has gotten up. As an orbital. No planetary. Rotates over. Oh, the mules though. The mule's going to be forced out. Nice engage here from Eva. Boys once again being pulled. Oh, pushing into these tanks. Oh my god, the army just melts. Jesus. Again, Eva, he cannot push into this. There's what, 5-6 tanks here, or at least there were. Eva cannot get close to this ramp. So Eva overextends. Does take down 10 SCVs at the same time. Double drop across the map. Getting to the mineral line. Roach is trying to keep up. Hydra's on the way. But can he keep up here? Oh, as he will beat out Roaches. Yeah, did misjudge. At the same time, Ryung comes in, takes out of the base. Oh my god. takes down the fourth for a second time. He snipes the expansion. He's not stopping. He's not stopping here. Now going for the tech. Hydra speed does complete. Hydra then goes down. Limited anti-air. I mean, this is the big weakness here of Eba's initial 3-base all-in is limited anti-air from the Zerg. Now he tried to incorporate some Hydras, but only a handful of them. Yeah, 5 Hydras, soon to be 9. Draw play still uncontested. Ryung achieving a lot here with these drops. He's all over him. He's all over Eba. And now Ryung double expands. He's got his third back up and running. He's got his fourth also back up and running as well. And Ryung, for the first time in a long time, look at the supply. Ryung, he is up in supply. And the soup does lie. And what I mean by that is that Ryung's actually further ahead than what it seems, because Eba is stuck with an inefficient army here with Roach Ravager. So this is looking that much more dire for Eba. As Ryung, he's getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. Stimming in. Up. He does some forward. Respects the army though. It's mainly Marine. Oh, he does abandon some Marines though. Yeah, not enough room. They get left behind. Jumping to the main base instead. Once again, distracting Eba. No major pickups. Oh, and he will actually get a bit of a rough fight here for Ryung. Losing a medevac, forced to drop away. And here comes the main army. That's a lot of tanks. Oh my god. How many? 11. 11 tanks for Ryung. Is pushing forward. And Eba, he has Vipers on the way, but he needs more time. He needs those Vipers. Without them, it's going to be a tough hold. Ryung, he's pushing forward. He's gaining ground. Vipers are still on the way. Lurkers morphing in as well. Lurkers aren't going to help here. Not against this kind of defense. Not against this kind of army. These tanks are forcing their way in. At the same time, Roach Hydra counterattack. Oh, but there are reinforcements back at home. Ryung, he will defend. Vipers are gathering energy though. They're almost there. They still need a little bit more time. And then we can Blinding Cloud. We can abduct. He gets one. Takes down one tank. Base falls. Eba still stuck on 3 bases. He stims in. Oh my god, jeez. Sims 4 takes down 2 lurkers. Eba trying to re-expand. He'll save his workers at least. Did pull away. Ryung, he's maxed out, and here comes the second army. Second army is moving forward. Eba responding with slowlings? No, the slowling defense. Not like this. Yeah, lings, they trickle in. Ryung, he will take this fight. Yeah, he's just pushing in from both sides. Eba trying to hold on. But alas, he cannot. It's not like this. He gets pulled apart. GG, well played. And Ryung, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. But that was not an easy game. Eba doing so well with his first push. Remember, with his first 3-base all-in, he took down the 3rd base. He crippled the economy. He crashed through the army. He did very well. But again, he was unable to really, I mean, he tried to push into the natural. He did overextend at that time. Took him a little bit longer to transition out into Hydra, into further tech. GG, well played. But yeah, he did kind of delay his tech when it came to his 4th base, when it comes to getting into his Hydras, of course, as well. Was very committed there. And shout out to Ryung, though, for his tenacity to be able to persevere. Remember, he lost 24 SCVs. He lost 24 workers while trying to defend that all-in. And he did survive, but he barely made it out of that. With that, he was able to sneak out a 4th CC, if you remember. He was able to mule the hell out of it, get his 3rd base back up and running. There was a moment where Eba did overextend into tank fire, and Ryung, he clawed his way back in. GG. GG, well played. Whew, Ryung does take it, and with that, we are going to be following Ryung into the quarterfinals. The question becomes, who's up next? Let's go. Let us switch our scenes over here and catch up on the bracket. And find out where we are headed. Oh my god, as the entirety of the round 16 is now underway. And some matches even concluding here. Here we go. From the top, we have Rebellion. Rebellion takes down Homeowner 2-1. Big win for Rebellion. Now up against ByuN in the next round. Jumi takes down Tahil, is up against the winner of Wayne and Jovka. We have Ryung. Ryung is now up against Cristiano. Cristiano takes down 3-point, takes down Zortanis. And we have our TVP. Ryung versus Cristiano coming up next. Cristiano may not be a Tuna himself, but in a way he is, as he is he has the most sparkling Tuna Cups under his name. In the absence of Ryung, the tournament is his namesake, but Cristiano, he has become the Chris Tunaner, if you will. He has won the most sparkling Tuna Cups out of any other player in the world, and with that, he's here to win another. We'll see if he can. We'll see if Ryung can stop him. Let's go. Let us go. As that is going to be our next series, is our next match. They're also kind of teammates, which is interesting. What I mean by that is that Ryung is on Team Vitality, and Cristiano, where is he? He's on Offside Esports. Offside Esports, of course, is kind of like an off-branch, like a B team of Onside Esports, who did merge with Vitality, and, you know, that's where Ryung is from. So, yeah, in a way, kind of like sister teams, Offside Esports and Team Vitality. I doubt there's much interaction between the players, is what I will say, but there is still that link regardless. You know, Cristiano, he's like Tuna by marriage, if that makes sense. He's no. Maybe that's why he wins so much. Maybe that's what it takes. It all makes sense now. All makes sense. Oh. Here we go. Turn using Imba tactics, like making tier 1 units. Don't be a clown, Dwayne. Don't be a clown. They call him the Korean Clem for a reason. Go Clem. True. I think his Discord, right? Ryung's Discord, I think is Clem with a K. the Korean Clem. Ay. SMH. But it looks like the vetoes are done, and we are getting ready for the first game. Meanwhile, we have some other updates, of course, as well. Let me quickly scroll down. I do apologize. We'll just make sure we don't get behind. But from the bottom here, we have Art. Art takes down Azura. 2-0. Art is now up against SKillous in the next round. And, ooh, that is going to be casted by one of our other fellow community casters as well. Big shout out to Lika, as he is casting in Russian and is covering SKillous versus Art over on his channel. We have Gerald. Gerald is up against Percival in the next round. Percival takes down Rennie Hour. Likewise, Gerald takes down Probe. They're up in a PvT. Scrolling down, we have Nikic. Nikic takes down Little X. Creator takes down Last Ketchup. We have a ZVP between Creator and Nikic. Again, Nikic last week had an amazing performance against ByuN, where he was able to force ByuN to the ace match. But alas, now they're on opposite ends of the bracket, so best of luck to both players. And at the very bottom here, we have YoungYakov. We have YoungYakov up against Nikaract in that round of 16. So the entirety of the round of 16 is underway. Round of 32 has concluded, and we have another update. Oh my god. We have another update here. An unfortunate one. Wayne takes down Jovka 2-1, but unfortunately there was a walkover. I was looking forward to it. I'll be honest, Wayne versus Jumi. That looks juicy, Piper. That looks like a juicy series, a juicy matchup. Alas, it looks like that did not come to pass. Something must have come up. My heart goes out to Wayne. Hopefully everything is okay. Hopefully everything is okay over in the land of Wayne. In Wayne's world, if you will. And Jimmy is now waiting in the quarterfinals. So it looks like the upper portion of the bracket is progressing a little bit faster. It is progressing faster. And we're going to be focusing on the upper half, and we will eventually lead us to the lower half. We'll get there. We will get there. As Vitas are done, and game 1 is going to be on Starchild. Another TLMC map. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Starchild, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player himself, the Polish Protoss, representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Cristiano had a close series between himself and ByuN. Last week they did go back and forth. Here we have Ryung stepping in to fill ByuN's shoes, and we'll see how he compares. Coming into this, I'll be honest, I'm feeling an ace match. I'm feeling an ace match between these two players. I would love to see a game 3 between both Cristiano and Ryung, but the pressure is on, and we'll see how this goes. Oh boy. So best of luck with those predictions. As a reminder, the predictions, they are for the series, not for the game. They are for the entire series, so best of luck. As we do embrace a more aggressive build here, or more tech-heavy start. Ryung opening up double gas. Double gas leads into a faster factory, delayed TC, so a more aggressive start here by our Terran. Meanwhile, we do see Cristiano going for a gate into expand into Cybercore. Slightly more economic opener here out of our Protoss player, which you can afford to do on a large map like Starchild. I should emphasize, welcome one and all to Starchild. Is one of the larger maps in our tournament map pool. You might be curious, might be thinking, hold up. I mean, I don't... Starchild? That's not a ladder map, is it? No, it's not. It is not a ladder map. It is a tournament map instead. It is a map from the Team Liquid map contest. In our tournaments, alongside many others as well, we have decided, or we have adopted some of the other maps in the TLMC to feature instead. Speaking of, Team Liquid map contest submission phase has concluded, and the judging process is currently underway. Once we get our finalists for TLMC, we will most likely update our tournament ladder map pool with more recent TLMC maps. That will most likely occur. But basically in our tournaments, we have gotten rid of Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, and King's Cove. The 3 older maps that we have since replaced them with 3 other TLMC maps instead. If you're curious, what is the TLMC? It is the Team Liquid map contest. Basically, it is an initiative run and hosted and organized by Team Liquid to incentivize map makers to create maps. It's a way for map makers to earn money, to compete, and to actually bolster and reinforce and update the ladder map pool. That is where maps come from on the ladder. They make it through the process of the TLMC. Team Liquid map contest, where the best of the best, or I say best of the best, where sometimes the best of the best get chosen for the ladder. You know, there's a little bit of controversy in the sense that sometimes some of the finalists never hit the ladder, even though like they were voted on and they win the event, they win the contest. They don't get added to the ladder map pool for some reason. But you know, regardless, for the most part, it's indicative of maps that get added to the ladder map pool. For the most part. As Reapers, they poke in, they get eyes on the tech. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Cristiano into Blink. And how many gateways? There are 3 gateways on the way. 1 gateway already done. It's going to be 4 gates Blink Stalker Hyper Aggression out of Cristiano. Going to be hyper aggressive here. Now, this is not an all-in. Cristiano, he can still expand. He can still expand behind this, but he will have extra warp ins. With that robot, we should be seeing a warp prism zooming across the map, and Cristiano is going to be in the face of Ryung. Checking Ryung's vision, he saw the tech. He did not see the gateway counter. Ooh, my apologies, as I believe one of the gateways was cancelled. Never mind. So gateway was cancelled, only 3 gates. So 3 gate Blink into an expansion. With 3 gateways, you can still be assertive, you can still be aggressive, but nowhere near as much as 4 gates. Oh. As the mine shot is gonna the retargeting. Love to see it. First one goes down. Takes down 1 probe. The other mine into the main. And once again, we'll delay mining time for as long as possible. Aliens, they dive in. Mine shot going off. 3 probe kills in total. Not bad. And the water mine is saved. And what's important here is that Ryung, he can always dive back in. He can always dive back in and go for another drop into the mineral line. Cristiano, he's not safe. He's being pinned at home. And he can't move out. He's even supply blocked. Ooh. Yeah, brutal supply block here. For Cristiano, back at home, Ryung, he's set up. He's got his Sim City. He's got his tanks in position for Blink Stalkers. Tank in the main, tank in the natural, bunkers on the way. Ryung, he's ready for a counterattack that is not happening. Cristiano, he's still at home. And we will get into a longer game state. We go. Good to see the players actually using the TLMC maps 100%. I really love it. I mean, even in the last series, remember, Eba and Ryung, they played on Erehome. They played on Erehome. Here we're playing on Starchild. Like, it's one of those things where the players have been quite receptive to the TLMC maps and are willing to play on them as opposed to other ladder maps. So I do appreciate it. It's great to see. I know in like years past, players would be really adverse to change, but feels like that has since changed over time. Oh, as Raven is going to go down. Yeah, not enough dead space here in between the bases. I mean, that's something you have to learn here with the maps. So Raven does fall. 5 probes. They still go down here to the auto Tartaras. Still better damage here from the side of Ryung. And Cristiano, he's delaying his splash damage. Okay. So essentially what's happening here is that Cristiano, he's going for +1, going for charge. He is delaying anything like Colossus or Storm. He can still get there, don't get me wrong. He can still take up in that direction, but until then, very gateway-centric, a Swarm Toss style, if you will. And here comes that Prism, as he can soon move out across the map. Ryung going for his 3rd CC. The Observer does confirm.
Let our enemy know our fury.
So Cristiano, he knows there's no crazy 2-base all-in. As Ryung, he's vying for map control. Does break out. Oh. Does break out. Does stim. Chasing down those Stalkers. Catching one. Does get a Stalker at the same time. Cristiano, charge is complete and he's going for a drop into the main. Main base is somewhat exposed. There are some reinforcements though. The mine shot. Oh my god. When the mine shot goes off, Prism will get away. No! Prism doesn't get away. The MVP with a mine, and with that, Ryung, he defends. Now he can focus on his attack. Double drop across the map. Ooh, miss rally here with the Immortal. Cristiano looking, hunting down those medevacs. And he's within range. Oh my god. Within range of 1, but just the 1. Whew. Okay, Ryung, he does pull away in time. Does pull away. There is dead space here where you can't be hit, not by Stalkers at least. Unlike this location here, outside of the natural. So Ryung, he does keep his medevac safe and sound. We have our Colossus on the way, and Cristiano is taking up. Now, what I will say here is that, again, Cristiano, he was hoping to be a little bit more assertive and aggressive with those Zealots. He failed to do so, and now the Colossus has been delayed. His initial build, it didn't quite hit the way he was hoping for. Ryung has map control, has momentum, and we'll see what Ryung can get done here before the Colossus gun gets out of hand. Can he deny the 4th? Can he push in towards the 3rd? Ryung is posturing. I should also emphasize that this is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Starchild, I mean. It's quite large, a lot of bases. As Ryung moves down, Zealot Runback comes in, but Ryung, he's in position. Yeah, will keep up, he will defend. Despite that 2 SCV, 3 SCV, oh my god! 3 SCVs going down. Okay, just 3. Trading 1 for 1. Ryung's army gets spotted. Cristiano trying to respond. Then tanks will siege. Yeah, they do siege up in time. The Colossus has arrived. Nice force fields. Slowing down the army, cutting it in half. And Marauders getting picked up, Marines as well. Cristiano fighting a portion of the army at a time. He's waiting for another warp in. And does he have enough to break through? Here come the charge bots. They force friendly fire. And it looks like, oh, does he have enough? Tank Boy's going up, looks like he does. The Colossus goes down, but Cristiano, he holds. Cristiano cleans up the army. Unfortunately, did overextend a little bit too much. Colossus did get picked off. That was a massive catch there for Ryung. But Cristiano, he survives. He keeps the 4th base alive, fully saturated. And now we have more Colossus. Second Colossus on the way. Second and third Robo as well. Colossus into Disruptor. We have a game. We have a game. We survived the mid-game here. We can now work towards a 4th, a 5th base. Built up our armies. Vikings are on the way. Ghosts as well. As Cristiano, he's rotating. He is rotating over. Looking for a way in. Ryung is somewhat in position. Oh. Takes down the Wooden Mines. Cristiano, he cannot push into this. Decent force fields. Vikings are, they're going ham. And Cristiano, he has to pull away. At the same time, Zelarama into the mineral line, but there are ghosts to defend as well. Ryung, he holds. He deflects the run by. Deflects the main army. Wooden Mine Job comes back in, gets 1 probe. just the one. And Cristiano did overextend. They're trying to push in. I don't think he was really expecting the entirety of the army to be here. He was hoping for an opening. There wasn't one. And now the army sizes are quite comparable. Ryung getting a 4th. Getting a 4th base, getting to 2-2. Second starport for more Vikings. And as Ryung is doubling down on Viking production, we have Disruptors. And it's one of those things where this could go either way. Either Cristiano, he can land those Novas and win a fight, or he could miss and lose the game. Oh boy. So I'll take the 3rd base. Ryung out of position. SCV's going to be going down. Wooden Mines as well. Ryung getting pulled towards the left. Back towards the right. Main army rotates in. Nova's going to be going up. Oh! Ooh, nice connection. Yeah, strong starts. Nice force fields once again. The Vikings, they go ham. And the Colossus are going down. The Vikings, they prove too much. They take down both Colossus. And Cristiano is like the hell out of here. As he pulls away, here come the Zealots. And they hit the mineral line. Yeah, Ryung's attention being torn apart. 13 SCVs. Oh no, the missed rally. As Cristiano's trying to get the hell out of here. And Ryung, he will not catch the army. Or will he? Oh. He wants to. He wants the army. Cristiano will reinforce. EMB connects. Cristiano gets away. Does get away. As it all settles, Ryung did lose a lot of workers, but he will be able to replace them. Does replenish. Wooden Mine coming back in. Nova goes up. Once again, good connection. How many Novas? 8. 8 Novas in total. And Ryung is being zoned away. And can Cristiano break the expansion? It's not going to be easy. More Disruptors have arrived. A decent Nova so far. Ooh, hit a friendly fire. But the Planetary looks like it almost goes down. He wants it, he gets it. Whew. Planetary does fall, but now he's going to be chased down. The Novas are on cooldown. Ryung gets 1, he gets 2. There's 3 left. 3 Disruptors remaining. Down to 2. 2 Disruptors remaining. Down to 1. He's going to lose everything here. Cristiano, he cannot take this fight. Oh my god. Going to lose everything here. Aye. Cristiano, he did well sniping the base, but will lose the army. Losing every single Disruptor. That was 8 Disruptors going down. Ryung rebuilding. Stimming on in. He's committed. Up. There he goes up. Oh, the splits. Oh my god. Ryung, calm down. Up. Oh, not towards the end though. Avoids one. The other does connect. Here comes the other. 3 Novas. Massive connections. And Cristiano, he holds. He holds and shuts down the army. Ryung, he got too excited. I got too excited. Aye. An amazing split, but blundered split towards the end. Didn't avoid the Novas. Cristiano, he takes the fight. Keeps on pushing. Ryung, he's hurting. Oh, Sims it once again. So close. He wants those Disruptors. Gets 1. Gets 1 Disruptor. The other does zone. Another shot going up. Ryung with a very heavy Marauder army. It's a lot of Marauders. As he can try to dive in, can take it over to the face. That's still 4 disruptors though. Again, Cristiano, he can make 3 disruptors at a time. Just non-stop disruptors. Another one goes down. Mainly just zoning. And what's important here is the economy. Cristiano, for the most part, these bases, they're getting up and running. They're being untouched. Sure, there is some Windowmine harass. Cristiano, he notices in time. Yeah, solid response here from Cristiano. Does pull away. Throughout all this, Ryung, he's back up on 4 bases, but he's heavily oversaturated. He needs an expansion. He needs another CC. He needs another base. Both armies are maxing out. Ryung, I believe he has yet to take into a fusion core. Yeah, no fusion core, which means no liberators. Typically, like, what is the answer to all these disruptors? You can see it can be quite difficult to push into this. The answer usually is freedom, pappy. Freedom, liberation, liberators are going to be the answer here, but we're not there. We're not there yet. We're just hyperfixated on the ground army, which is so vulnerable to these disruptors. Another Nova goes up. Ryung going for a counterattack at the same time. Zelda catch reinforcements, but there is a recall. Yeah, just in time. Saves the expansion. Cristiano, he holds. Yeah, he does hold. Cuts off the army. Zelda didn't really get much done, but they actually caught those ghosts. Yeah, that was 2 ghosts going down. Medivacs as well. Better trades for Cristiano. Novas once again zoning. There's what? 5 Novas left. Yeah, brutal connections. And they will connect. I'll pick up. But Cristiano, he's overwhelming. Looks like he has finally done it. He breaks on through. Zelda delaying reinforcements are on top of the production. And there's nothing left. Very intense back and forth. Big moments for both players, but Cristiano, he's done it. He has broken the 3rd base, he has broken the main, and there's almost nothing left. Ryung going for the base trade. Does move out. Hunts down the robos. But alas, he barely has a standing army, and Cristiano, this army's becoming too much. Massive connections. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Cristiano, he will take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth, strong moments with both players. Again, we saw Ryung having some amazing moments when it comes to sniping and picking off disruptor after disruptor, kind of punishing the overextensions of Cristiano. But what was most important, even though we saw Ryung win some fights here and there, the economy, we mentioned it, right? So like the economy, the bases were untouched. There was no drop play across the map. There was nothing really slowing Cristiano down. So even though he was losing, what, 3, 4, 5 disruptors at a time, he was able to replace them. He was able to replace, able to... Oh. He was able to replace those losses. He was able to sustain himself. But what I should also emphasize here is that because of the size of the map, that also added into it as well. I'm referring to the size of Starchild. Because of how large it is, the rush distance by ground is longer. It takes longer for a losing fight to really actually come into play. For Ryung to counterattack and to even be aggressive himself. So, despite the fact that Ryung would at times win engagements, he couldn't quite capitalize on it, couldn't quite counterattack, and yeah, with that, Cristiano, he was able to reinforce in time, every time. GG. Whew, GG, well played. With that, we are now getting into game number 2, and we'll see how this story ends. Do we go to the ace match, or does Cristiano take the 2-0? As I mentioned at the start of the series, I'm hoping for an ace match. I mean, these two, that was an intense game 1. I want to believe they can go back and forth. I want to believe in a game 3. But the pressure is now on Ryung. Pressure is on. Just catching up with the chats. Thank you for casting SC2. I'm a regular now since I discovered you, but I'm a lurker. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it, it. Samir Allen, thank you. Thank you. I apologize for the late response, but just focusing on the games. Do apologize. Meanwhile, big shout out to Comrade in the chat. Comrade he, thank you so much. God, thank you so much. Thank you. For subscribing for 7 months. 7 months of support. Gracias, papi, gracias. Do appreciate it. Always. Do appreciate it as we're getting into game number 2. And let's go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylands, we have our South Korean Terran player. The blue Terran down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. Representing Team Vitality, it is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. The Sparkling Tuna himself, the favorite player to potentially win the entire tournament. Can he be stopped? It is Cristiano. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, there's a lot of competition here tonight as well. We'll get into the rest of the players, don't get me wrong. We'll get there. We'll get there. Players like Creator, ByuN, SKillous as well. Oh my god. Competition is fierce tonight. It's fierce. We'll get there. For now, we're jumping into game 2, and we'll see if Ryung can recover. Focus on casting. It's all good. But yeah, thank you so much for subscribing. I hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft happy. Hope you enjoy. Thank you, as always. Do appreciate it. We had Sounder resubscribing at the start as well. Do recall. Steamold as well during the countdown timer. Steamold and Sounder. Gracias. Always. As we have once again Ryung opening up double gas. Double gas open at Ryung, going for a faster factory before CC. So much more. Once again, tech heavy start. If you recall, last game this led into additionally Hellion aggression alongside Widowmine drops as well, which did have some success. I mean, the Widowmine drop survived for so long in that game, but no major damage. Was able to get like a probe here and there. Did accumulate damage over time. We see Ryung scouting, checking for a proxy, making sure there's no shenanigans. And Cristiano back at home, throwing down his tech. Twilight Council once again. Now, as a reminder, last game it was 3 gates. It was 3 gate blink into a third. But what I will say is that now we're loading into a smaller map. Welcome one and all to Leylines. Leylines is a much smaller map in the map pool. As a result, aggression can be more favored here, and there's going to be less time for Cristiano to reinforce if he were to lose those disruptors again. So different map, different play style, different advantages. As the probe is found, and we'll see how our players adjust. Now, Cristiano, he isn't really one to deviate too much. Not saying he only has the one build, but again, doesn't really, if something works, he does commit. He does commit to it until it doesn't. So we're feeling 3-gate blink again into a third base, into a gateway explosion, +1 charge, then into Colossus Disruptor, is what we're expecting out of Cristiano, but we'll see. Still keep an eye on him. Ryung, ooh, interesting. Okay, so Ryung going for the CC on the high ground. He does go for the Cyclone first, into a tank, into a medevac, into drop play. I'm assuming this is going to be a medevac. Yep, there we go. So he's going for an early drop across the map. Ryung going for a very aggressive start here, in line with the double gas. So very aggressive out of Ryung, as he has yet to take his own natural. And we'll see if Cristiano can keep up.
Your research is done. Don't forget the rest of them.
Ah, he's got Total Biscuit. Let's go, Papi, let's go. As Cristiano, he does scout. He did get eyes on the CC at least. I haven't seen much else. I could have sworn that the last time I heard Cristiano, he was using, I could have sworn he was using Diva. Am I crazy? Maybe I am. Again, it's very rare to hear people using TB. I think the only other player that I've casted actually used Total Biscuit is Inexorable. The only other. But now then, Ryung, he has arrived again with the early build, going for the early tank drop. The tank has arrived. Pylon's under fire. Oh no, the Artosis Pylon. And it's going to depower everything. The gateway, the robo, the shield battery denies the warp in. And with that, Cristiano, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. He's pulling the boys. The boys are being pulled. Stalker's blinking in. But the lock-ons are brutal. Stalker goes down. And Cristiano, he was caught with this man's down. He was not expecting this. Another Stalker falls down to 3. 3 Stalkers left, trying to buy time, dragging the army out of position, but here come reinforcements. Yeah, another tank. Ryung distracted for a moment. And Cristiano, he is buying time. He does repower the robo. Impressive. Does buy time, but it still might not be enough. As Ryung is moving in. Stalkers, they do try to blink away once again, catching out that Cyclone. Immortal has arrived. Shield battery's back up and running. No shot. Up. Hoping a micro, almost gets a tank. But Cristiano, can he pull this off? Catches a couple of Marines. Second Immortal's on the way. He's getting that second Immortal. It's still too much though. The pylon goes down for a second time. And this time the Robo's under fire. And Ryung, he's done it. He has broken the natural. Takes down the Robo. Shuts down the Stalker. Boys are being pulled into 2 tanks. And the tank boys are insane. GG gets called. And Ryung, he pops up. And we are forcing the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Ryung going double gas into faster tech lab on the factory, into Cyclone tank, into tank drop, into a committed move out across the map. Unfortunately, Cristiano, he didn't scout the tech. He didn't scout the production. He was not fully aware. On top of that, he didn't have anything to scout any move out. He had no spotter units out on or outside of the main, outside of the natural. Cristiano, he had no idea what was coming his way until it was already at his front door. Cristiano, he was caught with his pants down, and with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. We're going to game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. And here we go. As game 3, what map are we going to be loading into? That is the question. Oh my god. We're going from a smaller map compared to Star Child to another even smaller map compared to Ley Lines. We're going to be loading into Error Home. Let's go. Let us go. Error Home is another TLMC map, but is a small rush map as well. Very small map, short rush distance by ground. This might be even shorter rush distance than Whispers of Gold. I have to double check. I'm not entirely certain. Oh. As we will remake. All good. So we are getting back into it. I'm assuming that this is the correct map. We might have to remake. Yeah. Error Home. Alright. All good. Jumping into Error Home. Just catching up. %. Cristiano was using Diva. Yeah. Cristiano, he was using Diva for a long time. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Error Home, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Offside Esports, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Well, the pressure is on, and honestly, this is all I wanted. This is all I wanted. The ace match between Ryung and Cristiano. Here we go. Now, every game so far, Ryung has gone double gas. On a small map like Error Home, I'm expecting double gas again. I'm expecting double gas. Now, game 1, we saw double gas leading to Reactor Reaper Hellion into Widowmine drop. Game 2, we saw early Cyclone into Tank drop. Much more aggressive, much more committed. Game 3, we'll keep an eye on Ryung. We'll see how he deviates, if at all. Meanwhile, Cristiano, chilling back at home, going for his probe scout. Does move out across the map. And Ryung, I assumed would open up double gas again, but no, never mind. For the first time this series, racks expand. Economic opener out of Ryung. 1 gas here back at home, so going for a faster CC on location. Let's go. Okay, so Ryung's being more economic. I'm a little bit surprised, not gonna lie, especially because how small the map is. So bold move out of Ryung, but Cristiano, he isn't really an aggressive player, at least not early on. I mentioned before that Cristiano, he doesn't really deviate too much when it comes to his builds. He's not really a cheesy player. He's not really one to proxy or to rush early on. So Ryung, he should be able to get away with this without any issue. Cristiano being annoying, tasing away at that SCV, but we'll pull away. does pull away. Now, Ryung, he is going Marine first. This means no Reaper. No Reaper Scouts. Likewise, no SCV Scout either. This is very common here amongst the top Terran players. Whenever you open economically like this, you just cut corners. You open up as greedily as you can. So, 0 SCV Scout, 0 Reaper Scout as well. Ryung is going to be blind as to what's going on. And this is where a more unorthodox player could try to catch Ryung off guard. But again, is Cristiano willing to go for like a 4-gate setup and be hyper aggressive? I want to believe he is willing, but we'll see if he goes for it. We'll see if he does try to take advantage of how blind Ryung is playing. Now, Ryung, he should follow this up with some Hellions, and that is how he scouts. Not with Reapers, not with SCVs, but here with these Hellions. Their goal, their purpose is not really to get damage done, it's to scout across the map. Oh my god! Okay, wait, we're good. This is like the 3rd time this has happened, where I glanced at the production tab, I look over, I see a researching building, and I'm like, is he getting a 3rd CC? Nah, Starport. So 1-1-1. I need to calm down, Bobby. I need to I'm too excited. I'm too excited. So double Hellion into Widow Mines, and again, this is just for scouting purposes, just to get across the map, to get a read on what's going on. The Hellions and the Widow Mines alongside. Meanwhile, Cristiano, Twilight Council into Blink. Whew, okay, we can take a moment, we can take a breath. So far, everything's just calming down. We have our Zelnagas in control here of the Hellions. Ryung pulling away. And he's going to be committing here into extra Widow Mines, actually. Interesting. This is not your typical double Widow Mine drop. We're going up to a quadruple mine drop instead. 4 Widow Mines in total. Back at home, Blink is on the way. We have a full wall. I believe one of these gateways is going to be cancelled. This is Cristiano's go-to, so it looks like a lighter commitment into gateways. So it looks like 2-gate Blink into a 3rd. Yep, there's a 3rd base, and we should soon be seeing that cancel. Aliens to get 1 probe kill. Quadruple mine drop here was a natural. Hellions, they can threaten a dive. Again, this gateway shouldn't complete. Unless it's a hold. Oh. First one goes down. Nice pickup. Gateway does finish. So if I get 1 probe. Oh no! Oh my god. 5 probes. Massive damage. And there's 1 more Widow Mine into the main. Cristiano, he pulls away. We'll minimize losses here towards the end, but that's still 5 probes. Well worth it for Ryung. And Cristiano, I believe he's going to have to kill his own building. Yeah, he has to kill his own building here. That was not meant to happen. Didn't quite cancel in time. And so far, a good start for Ryung. He gets worker damage. He forces his opponent to kill his own buildings. He still has a Widow Mine behind the main, so we can always go back in for another drop. And Ryung has gained map control. Moving on with Banshee. Now, this is not too committed. There's no cloak. There's no cloak here, but Banshee's nonetheless. Making the way over towards that natural. Cristiano, he breaks out. It does break out. Ryung likewise running into the army. Does force Cristiano back. Banshee, it's a natural. Pro's going to be going down. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Yeah, 3, 4 probe kills. Very nice damage. Likewise, Cristiano kiting back. Does kite away, picks off the Hellions. Punishes the stim. Again, because of the Banshees, there's no medevacs. So limited support here for the ByuN army as Marines are going down one after the other. Nice control here by Cristiano, but the tanks! Ooh. Takes out a Stalker. Stalker goes down. More Stalkers coming in, but there's barely any support here for the tanks. Yeah, they're so exposed, they're so vulnerable. Immortal coming in. And we go for the dive. 1 tank goes down. Ooh, 2nd tank as well, and Ryung is going to lose everything. The tanks are falling one after the other. Avoids the Widow Mine. And Ryung will lose everything here. The Banshee survives, but only the Banshee. It's a very nice catch from here. Cristiano going for the counterattack. Immortal does survive. And Ryung is in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. He was caught with his pants down. Boys are being pulled. Oh no, another tank! He gets another! Just barely! Another tank falls. And Cristiano, he doesn't stop. I mean, with the Immortal, he can break through the bunker. Yeah, the bunker can be broken. Waiting for reinforcements. Still rallying across the map. No War Prism. And Cristiano doesn't push in. Does not move in. There's the recall. Banshee does force the recall, and Ryung survives. Okay. Ryung does survive. Again, he got completely caught out. Bled out his marines into tanks, into everything. And with that, Cristiano can now expand. He's setting up for a fourth. Fourth base on the way, +1. Warp Prism as well. Building up his gateway army. There's no splash damage yet. We should soon be going for a bay into Colossus. Soon. There's Young taking his third. Trying to reestablish himself. Building up his own army. Now we have our medevacs. Since that was D.Va marketed as an SC2 player, she was. D.Va was a technically in the Overwatch lore, D.Va was a pro random and a world champion. I think like a multi-time world champion in SC2. I don't know if it's being said in the chat, but the controversy was that it was a couple of years after the fact where they removed that kind of that backstory from D.Va, where she was once a pro SC2 player and they removed it and they just made her like a pro gamer instead. So a lot of controversy when that happens. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But in the lore, she was a pro random. Meanwhile, Zell say bust into the mineral line. At the same time, Ryung, he does come into a push. Cristiano not quite ready for this, getting caught out. Yeah, the base is going to fall. Cristiano pulling away. At the same time, Zells, they hit the mineral lines. SCV's going to be going down in both the natural and the main. Yeah, the natural, the third, the main base as well. Ryung bleeding out SCVs, but can he be stopped? As Ryung has a terrifying army, and remember, there's no splash damage. I mean, there's barely an army here. And Cristiano going for the warp in. Ryung stimming in. Up. He's going for the immortals. Cristiano barely holding on. Oh my god, massive connection. Massive mine shot there in the mineral line. Another mine shot on the main army as well. Tank goes down. There's one immortal left. And it's going to be targeted. And barely targeted down. And Cristiano, he's barely not holding on. Barely not. No shield battery. No setup. And Ryung, he's all in. 38 SCVs against 38 probes. Rallying everything across the map. And Ryung, he catches Cristiano out. He does it. He breaks on through. Third base is going to fall. Good luck. And Ryung will take the series at 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations to Ryung as he will take the series. But again, a very intense back and forth. Shout out to Cristiano for forcing the ace match. And even here in the ace match, there was some good moments for Cristiano as well when it came to punishing and shutting down that tank push. So really well done. GG, well played. In the end, Ryung takes it, but I can see a world where Cristiano could have taken it as well. GG. GG, well played. It was very close. And in the end, Ryung will advance on. And the question becomes, where are we headed? Where are we headed? Let's go. As we have our updates. Oh my god, we have our updates here, and we have our first semifinals. ByuN takes down Jumi 2-0. Ryung takes down Cristiano 2-1. And we have a TBT semifinals here between Ryung and ByuN. Let's go. As I believe they're the first semis. Let me just double check. Yes, they are the first semifinals. So we're hopping on over to cover the TBT. And honestly, this could go either way. For those who do not know, for those that don't watch the Tuna regularly, Ryung, he is a TBT sniper. Ryung, he is one of the big reasons why Clem actually stopped playing TBT and switched to Protoss. Ryung is one of the reasons why we no longer have a TBT from Clem, why he does embrace Protoss instead. And because of that, even though I would say that ByuN is the stronger, well-rounded player, that is true. I would say that he is the more well-rounded player with more successful TVZ and TVP. I would say that Ryung, he's the stronger TBT player. So this is going to be a spicy one. I'm ready for it. Here we go. Here we go. So we are getting ready here for our next match for our semis. Just setting things up. Just setting things up here. Likewise, we also have some updates here from the lower portion of the bracket as well. We will get there. I got you. Okay, scrolling on down. Here we go. We have our PvPs underway. Oh, as I should. There we go. As we have Gerald. Gerald takes down. Sorry, Gerald is up against SKillous in the quarterfinals. They're facing off in a PvP. Scrolling down, the creator takes down Nickish 2-0. YoungYakov takes down Nickeract 2-0. And we have a PvZ actually. Creator versus YoungYakov. Yakov, he's the last remaining Zerg player in the tournament. Best of luck. He's up against Creator, a heavy hitter here. We got some big Protoss names: SKillous, Gerald, Creator, all facing off. Best of luck to YoungYakov, and best of luck as those players are facing off, and we will soon be embracing the lower semifinals as well. As a reminder, we will be casting both semis. We will be casting both semifinals, so don't you worry, we will get there. And likewise, looks like the Vitas are done. The Vitas are done, and game 1 is going to be on Ley Lines. Let's go. Also, very quickly, if you want to help support this tournament, you can do so a couple different ways. You can do so via Matcherino, Matcherino in the chat. There is a Matcherino page for this tournament, as with all of our tournaments: Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, Macedon Open, and Tenacious Turtle Tussle as well. All of our events, they are all funded, or you can help support the event via Matcherino if you wish. That is to help support this individual event. Otherwise, if you want to help boost the prize pool of all of our tournaments, you can do so via Patreon, Patreon in the chat. You will get a link to our Patreon page. You can see the goal just under the bracket. Currently, the goal is 400 USD a month. We are almost there. We're almost at 400 USD. We're at 379. And once we... And once we reach that goal, we can boost the prize pool. Right now, the goal is to actually allow this tournament, Sparkling Tuna Cup, to actually have an extended prize pool to pay out top 4. Currently, this event only pays out top 2. Only top 2 earn any money here in Sparkling Tuna Cup, but if we can reach that next goal, we can pay out top 4 as well. That's the hope. That is the dream. So we're so close, man. We're so close. After that, we have other stretch goals as well to, again, boost the prize pool even further. That is how the Patreon is set up. I believe after this current stretch goal, the next one is going to be for our amateur events for SDO and MSO to help boost those and to actually get them on Wikipedia. But for now, we are getting into our semifinals. We have our best of 3. We have our TBT, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Terran player representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. We go. Just catching up with the chat. And also, if you're in the chat, get your gambler going, because predictions are open. Place your bet on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As we're popping off. As ByuN will open up with a Proxy 2-Rax. Let's go. The Raxes are on the way. Going for a Proxy 2-Rax Reaper. Meanwhile, Ryung, double gas. Double gas open, a very safe play here by Ryung. If Ryung had gone for a Rax Expand, Ryung would be in trouble, but double gas means faster factory, means delayed CC, it means faster Hellion, means Ryung has the tools to defend. Not saying that this is a hard counter and Ryung wins, but I am saying that Ryung, he has the tools to deal with this, to come out ahead, and to shut ByuN down. It will still come down to the control though. Comes down to the control, comes down to the micro. As here come those Reapers. Here we go. Here we go, as we are going to be setting up, rallying in. There's that factory that we did mention. Again, with that factory comes a Hellion. Once a Hellion arrives, then then Ryung can hold. Until then, though, we'll see if ByuN can catch out the first Reaper. Again, if Ryung miscontrols, if he will lose that first Reaper, if he gets caught out, then that can just be game as well. True. Ryung, he scouts the standard location for a proxy. CC is on the way. And here comes ByuN. ByuN does dive in. Oh! Does lay the CC. Dives into the main. So far, Ryung, he does preserve that Reaper. He pulls away. And now here comes the second Reaper. Who gets a first shut up. Ryung holds. Whew. Ryung, he does hold on. The CC is going to be delayed. But, I mean, it could have been so much worse here. Oh, as actually he's going to be forcing a cancel. No shot. It's getting so low. There's the cancel. Nicely done. Yeah, ByuN, he forces a cancel. Back at home, he can now expand. We have the factory on the way. And ByuN is getting damage done here. So far, so good. Ryung now forced to expand on the high ground. Big delay here for Ryung. That was one of his big advantages. But soon, Ryung will gain map control. As his Hellions are amassing, and now going into Cyclone production as well. Okay. Going into Cyclones. Now, if Ryung had gone into like a second Hellion and had moved out across the map, then we could see like a skirmish here. But Ryung is being more defensive. He's waiting for the Cyclone instead. So Ryung is going to be stuck at home, and ByuN will maintain map control and expand. And fun fact, despite the proxy, despite how late the CC is, because of that cancellation, it means that ByuN CC is actually faster. It's on location, whereas Ryung has to float his own over instead, which will delay. So nice setup here from ByuN. Ryung is still recovering. Will eventually break out. Eventually. As ByuN rotates in, backs up. I mean, that's a lot of Reapers. That's how many? That's 6. 6 Reapers here for ByuN. Will threaten a dive. Doesn't quite commit. Ryung always distracted here by that Rax. Will bring it down. Will bring down that Rax. Likewise, breaking out across the map. ByuN loading up, going for a Reaper drop. Those are all the Reapers inside, by the way. Don't often see that. I mean, we don't even need to drop because we can just go up the Reaper cliff, but sure. I mean, it's fine. As the armies, they pass by each other. Uh-oh. There are Cyclones at home to defend. 2 Cyclones and a Viking. Reapers, they dive in. There's a tank back at home. Bio army as well. Boys are being pulled. Ryung, he will hold. At the same time, he's going for the natural. SCVs are exposed. They try to pull away massive tank shots. And Tank Boy's going up. And ByuN is in trouble. Yeah, he has the high ground, but he will lose control of the natural. And just like that, Ryung takes an economic lead. Ryung is mining on 2 bases. ByuN is not. Yeah, ByuN is stuck on a 1 base economy. Third CC's on the way. Very fast third base out of our blue Terran. Reapers, they try to rotate, but they're being shut down. Yeah, they're being forced back. No third CC yet here out of Ryung. Throwing down 2 more Raxes. His main army's forced back. He's forced to back up. Takes down the Cyclone. Nice pickup. ByuN will re-expand. But what's important here is that ByuN, he gets away with that third CC. It's almost done. Which means even though ByuN is behind the worker count and is behind economically, he will soon be able to catch up. Ryung, he has yet to expand. Throwing down more Raxes. Now this will mean that Ryung has a larger army. Likewise, Ryung also has a stim timing available as well. Ooh. As the medevac does fall. And TVT has an interesting game state here as we're shutting down the Reapers. But there's an interesting kind of game state here where, sure, ByuN, he has the faster CC, but he shouldn't be able to expand. he shouldn't be able to maintain this third base. Because of Ryung's advantage, once he realizes what's going on, he should be the first to move out, to push, and to deny the third and contain ByuN on 2 bases. This should be the case, but we'll see. As ByuN is getting in position, setting up outside the base, Ryung getting his own third on location. And the onus here is going to be on Ryung. As Stim is more than halfway done. There we go, he's moving out. He does have Inter Matrix, so he can disable one of these tanks. As he's gathering energy as we speak. Does move out, going for a drop. Scans that time, he sees tanks, he sees the third CC. And again, the role here for Ryung should be to deny that third. Army gets spotted. ByuN, he will abandon the base. He knows he cannot defend it. And this is all that Ryung needs to do, is just deny the third. Deny the third base for as long as possible. Boost into the main. Up. The Cyclone, though. Massive pickup. Oh my god. Full medevac goes down. And Ryung backs off. Without that medevac, without those Marines, there's nothing to support this army. And ByuN expands. Ooh, so a strong moment here for ByuN. Likewise, got 4 SCVs in the main. 2 down 4 SCVs. But honestly, Ryung should have been able to maintain this position a lot longer, and he failed to do so. He failed to maintain. ByuN now takes an SCV lead, now takes his third base, and ByuN now takes a worker or an economic advantage over Ryung. Which again, shouldn't have happened, but has. And now he's catching up on his upgrades. Sure, Ryung, he has like a 1-1 timing here with these E-bays, but alas, he can't quite hit anything with it. Likewise, armory is delayed, so there's no 2-2. Not yet. And in those aspects, in those areas where Ryung was ahead, ByuN is catching up. He's closing that gap. And here comes the move out. Looking at the tab, looking at the unit tab here, the tank count is neck and neck. It is even. ByuN has more Marines. ByuN is yet to move out. We'll get supply blocked. 2-2 now begins for our blue Terran. 2-2 still on the way, so just now starting here for Ryung. It's building up. 4 CC now being thrown down here. So instead of moving out, ByuN is just getting ready for a longer game state. Getting a 4th base, embracing his upgrades, going for some drop play, keeping his tanks back at home. And what was once a very intense back and forth, now we're slowing things down and having a more calm mid-game, getting into a more positional play. Which is where Ryung can excel. Like Ryung, he's known for his positional play, he's known for having some of the best in the world. We'll see if we can keep up. ByuN likewise known for being very heavy biocentric here in TVT. Going for his double drop. Double drop towards the left, double drop on the right. Gets spotted by the depot. Ryung, he responds. Oh! Double disable, but not in time. And ByuN gets away. Ideally, if he had disabled a little bit sooner, then we would have been able to deny the pickup, and Marines would have gone down. It was too late for Ryung. Well, meanwhile, Ryung actually trying to catch those drops. Uh-oh. Was looking, doesn't quite find them though. Doesn't find the medevacs. So he is still on the hunt for those drops. He gets his 4th. So does ByuN. ByuN getting his 5th on location and floating over towards his 4th base. And as our players expand and take their 4th bases, both armies are maxing out. So we're maxing out. We have double starport on the way here, or I should say triple starport on the way for Ryung. As soon the game is going to be determined by tank Viking, by air control, and air superiority. We're not there yet. The armies are maxed. 3-3 begins for Ryung. ByuN is a little bit late with his upgrades. Prioritizing his starports. Again, ByuN also getting ready here for the Mass Viking. Army gets spotted. Ryung, he responds, but he's out of position. And ByuN, he stims in. He stims in right for the third. There are a couple of tanks. First tank goes down. Vikings trying to keep up. Nice anti-armor missile here on the main army. And another tank's gonna fall. Again, Ryung, he was a little bit late to respond. We'll lose the CC, but we'll hold. He's holding the line. Liberated production has begun here for ByuN. Ryung does hit the CC. As tanks are within range of the mineral line, SCVs are going down. At the same time, he kills the command center. Not bad. ByuN kills the base. ByuN gets SCVs. Forcing friendly fire as well. Takes down the tank. Very nice control here by ByuN. By the blue Terran. As the armies face up, third base is denied. Ryung could try to attempt to surround here, but pushing into 6 tanks not going to be easy. Sorry, 7 tanks even. Building more Vikings. Viking count is even. Oh my god. Once again, gets another tank. God damn. Yeah, Vikings are in position to deny the drop. Liberation has arrived. And again, this is why Vikings are so crucial here. But again, with that defensive advantage, 2 more tanks going down. Ryung will hold, but at a cost. That was a brutal trade here for Ryung. Hoping to catch reinforcements. Hoping to, but not quite. There are tanks here in between the natural and the main. Sorry, the natural and the third. Sims in. The Ravens! 1, 2, 3 Ravens go down. Brutal pickoffs. Yeah, not worth it for Ryung. Losing far too much. Comes in from behind, going for another CC. And he will get it. That's two bases. This double drop, this hit squad of Marines, they killed 2 CCs. That's crazy. 2 command centers. Mate, calm down. Meanwhile, ByuN doom dropping into the main. Gets past. Will unload in time. 1 medivac goes down. Nice disable. Is it going to be enough? It looks like ByuN, he will hold. Yeah, he will hold. He will clean this up. Yeah, ByuN overextends, throwing away 3 tanks. And with that, ByuN will lose control of this position. So Ryung can re-expand. And Ryung is still very much so in this. As he should be able to clean this up without too much issue. ByuN is stuck at home. Does force the on siege. Takes down 1, 2 tanks, for 2 Vikings. Getting, oh, not quite another tank. But Ryung, he defends, he's moving out across the map. Oh, only 1 tank in position. Yeah, ByuN is distracted by the drop. Yeah, massive distraction. Tank sieging up. ByuN out of position. Oof. Takes down the tank. And the Viking count is in favor here of ByuN. Yeah, ByuN, he wins in the sky. Does come out on top. 8 SCVs going down. Ryung still doing well for himself. Takes out another Viking. And barely wins this out as well. 1 Viking left. Down to 0. Tanks are pushing forward. They're within range. ByuN is in trouble. Shout out to that drop, by the way. They were cleaned up, but those are the same Marines that killed the CCs. And they did distract ByuN completely. And with that, Ryung, he kills the planetary. Planetary goes down. ByuN is up against the wall, going for a counterattack, and Ryung, he backs off. Mature decision. He doesn't keep pushing. Again, pushing into these siege lines is not easy, even with the supply lead. Ryung, he's rotating. He does have reinforcements at home. Oh, the Ravens! Calm down. As Ryung, he does move in. Catching out the tanks. Back at home, Ryung, he defends. Takes down the tank line, at least half of it. Oof. Tank shots are brutal. ByuN racing back home. Does race back. As Ryung does pull away. Did lead out a lot of tanks here. Ryung falling behind in the tank counts, but he's ahead in Ravens. Ryung could try to disable the Liberators here and break through the siege line. It is possible. But now within range of the tank, and here come the disables. A stims in, he commits. Stims on forward, where's the Bio army? ByuN's out of position. ByuN, he's here out of position. He responds too late. Tank line goes down, planetary falls. And Ryung is all over him. Takes down the base, the mineral line, the tanks as well. Again, there's a reason why Clem doesn't play TVT anymore. It's because of this man. It's because of Ryung. Aye. It's your fault. It's all your fault. Oh no. It's the reason why Clem went to the dark side. Went to Protoss. ByuN's still in this though. I mean, he is still barely on a 4-base economy. Double expanding, going across the map. Not bad. Shelling away here at the SCVs. Gets 4 SCV kills. Oof. Yeah, brutal anti-armor missile though. Missile goes up. Ryung moving in. Takes care of another siege line. Gaining more ground. But across the map, ByuN, he's actually denying the base. He's denying the CC. That's going on both ends. Ryung does deal some decent economic damage. ByuN, he turns back around. And he can try to collapse on this. Ryung, he wants the CC. He gets it. Takes down the third. But here come the reinforcements. Here come the Bio. Yeah, brutal splash damage. And the friendly fire. Like at this point, Ryung, he's killing more of his own tanks than ByuN is. Aye. Ryung, he's killing ByuN and killing himself. So calm down. Ryung, not all Terrans are the same. Not oh no. Yeah, chase down ByuN. ByuN, he plummets in supply. Trying to make a stand. Still has the high ground, true. What does that matter though? The Ravens, they disable. Tanks are getting within range. Oof. Massive volleys going up. And ByuN, he just cannot expand. He cannot maintain an economy. The 3rd base went down. The 4th. The center expansion. This is the last mining base here. The planetary. Oh. Ryung overextends. Does overextend. Bleeds out Vikings. And the base trade, the counterattack is the best move. The best move here for ByuN. As Ryung is maxed out. ByuN down 30 supply. Sorry, 70 supply is what I meant to say. Down to 130. Planetary goes down. The last mining base. It's all that he has left. A loss. A GG gets called. Ryung will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Ryung will take a lead in the series, and again, there's a reason why Ryung is favored here. There's a reason why Ryung is known for being a TVT sniper, and there's a reason why Clem plays Protoss. Like this, like it all comes into play here, and with that, GG, Ryung takes the lead. But despite him being a TVT specialist, despite him being the favorite player, ByuN can fight back, and I want to believe can force the ace match, and I want to believe can even take the series as well. It was very close. It was very back and forth. Despite Ryung taking the win towards the end, we had some strong moments for ByuN as well. We had some strong moments for our blue Terran player, where he was able to get his 3rd base up and running, where he was able to catch up economically. I was very impressed with ByuN catching up economically, able to counterattack and deny the 3rd base as well. There was some strong moments for ByuN. We'll see if we can bring it back. We'll see if we can bring it back here coming into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Yo, my hair is reality today. Let's go. It's always reality. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran. Down in the series, we'll see if we can force the ace match representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Vitality, the TVT specialist. It is Ryung. We go. Whew. As we settle into Ultra Love. And we'll see how we do vary things up. Now, as a reminder, winding it back a little bit here. Yes, have you been listening to the intros? South Korean Terran for Team Vitality, Ryung. See, what you're saying is I need to do more Yaku intros. I need to like extend the intro even further. True. I need to hear from Busan. Let's go. From the land of Busan, South Korea. I believe on next to Gangnam. Okay. We'll find him on Google Maps for you. We'll find him on Google Maps. We'll find him. I got you. I got you. Ah, no. Not the Yaku intros. Not like this. Not like this. Now something. What I was getting at is that initially, of course, if you remember, ByuN did open up two proxy 2-racks Reaper. Alas, this time going for an economic opener. Single gas geyser into a Rax expand. Likewise, so does Ryung. Ryung, they both mirror each other, going for more economic starts. Let's go. Do you have more economic starts here? As we settle in. Reply VIP visit Korea someday. Ah, the dream. The dream. I said this before, I always wanted to visit Korea for Pro League. Like, I was a big fan of Pro League back in the day. Would watch it every single week, every single day that it was on. Big fan of Pro League, and I would have loved to have been there for a Pro League finals, but, you know, that has since come and gone. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Maybe. Meet up with everyone. I'm gonna go to Korea just so I can buy a can of dongwon, and I can and I can eat some dongwon with Ryung. Ah, the dream. For now, though, 1-1-1. We have our 1-1-1 opener here out of ByuN, setting up for his natural. Likewise, a mirrored build here out of Ryung as well. So far, so good. Mirrored builds, no major deviation for the time being. We'll keep an eye on our players. Keep an eye on our players. Also, I did see Jay in the chat as well. Watching on YouTube, and I have Twitch in the background on my phone, so I can chat here as well. Perfect. Ah, that's how you do it. Double the views. Double the numbers. Let's go. But thank you, Jay. Thank you. I see the YouTube chat as well. I do see. Of course. For now, our players are settling in. This time, much more economic starts, which means much more passive mid or early game, I should say. So no major fireworks yet. There we go. Third CC, very fast third CC out of ByuN. So 1-1-1 into a third, very greedy, very economic. We'll see if ByuN gets away with it. We'll see how Ryung responds and when he scouts. We see Ryung once again going to be opening up with the Intervention Matrix. Likewise, so is ByuN. Both players building up their Raven count. And we'll see if ByuN can get away with his greed. We shall see. Similarly to the previous game, it's one of those things where even if the CC finishes, it's all about whether or not he can land on location, because the opposing player can gain map control and can deny the expansion. Speaking of, third base now on the way. This is a later third for Ryung, but not by too much. It's still a pretty fast third base from Ryung, so both players, for the most part, being economic. Both players are being economic. We have Stim on the way here from ByuN. getting into his own biotank composition. Meanwhile, from the side of Ryung, he has yet to really invest here. Now, Ryung, he has played mech in the past. True, he has meched it up, and he is one of the few that will embrace it. Players like Ryung, players like Gumiho as well. I mean, they work with it quite well. No saying we're getting there here. Oh, there it is! Second factory. Aye, Papi. We know, but we can feel the mech. Like it's there was a disturbance in the force. And I knew to bring it up, Papi. There we go. The factory's all the way. So we are going to be making it up here. And again, Ryung, he is pretty well versed in this. It is a bit of a slower style. True, it is a slower style, but it can work very well here on Ultra Love. I'm getting flashbacks. If you were here on the channel when we casted Home Story Cup, we were the B stream for Home Story Cup, and we casted Maru versus Ryung at Home Story Cup in December on Ultra Love. Was crazy. It was insane. Ryung, he actually got ahead. He actually was ahead. He was actually beating Maru, and Maru, he slowed the game down to a crawl. We split this map in half. I bring it up because it was on Ultra Love. This map was completely cut in half the base for Ryung, the other half for Maru. Siege lines, tank lines. It was like a 45-minute game. We could be there again. Until then, though, Ryung is pushing. Until then, Ryung, he is pushing. He is moving out. And we'll see if he can break through. He's got 3 Ravens. There's 3 Ravens here. He can try to disable and try to bust through that third. Scans at a time. Moving in. Tanks do siege. There's the first disable. There's the second. Disables both tanks. Where the Ravens here are ByuN. ByuN, he was out of position. He's not at home. And he will lose the tanks. Tanks are going down. Marines as well. Massive pickup here. Can he get the CC? No shot. As ByuN out of position, the CC is under fire, taking a lot of hits, down to half HP. Ravens are coming in from behind. The base is on fire. Tanks moving in towards the natural, and just everything's falling apart here for ByuN. Not like this. Losing even the Ravens. Throws down the auto towers. The tanks, they hold their own. Auto towers go down. And ByuN is trying to break out. Trying to. And it looks like he barely will get the tank. Just barely. Tank does fall. And ByuN survives. Whew. ByuN does survive. I do think that Ryung could have landed these Vikings. If he had landed the Vikings, I feel like he maintains his position. He still has more tanks coming in, though. And more tanks are moving forward. And Ryung, he's not done. It's not done. Not yet. The Vikings are going for the CC. From here, they could even land. Again, ByuN is still up against the wall, down in economy, down in mining, fully saturated third base here for Ryung. He rotates, and all he wants is the third. Again, Ryung, he doesn't have to break the main. He does not have to break the natural. Doesn't need to. ByuN catching reinforcements. He will get a tank. Not bad. Free tank goes down. Massive pickup. Oh no, but there's too many Vikings. Too many Vikings! The CC! I'm not sure he can save it. Not this time. Tank volley's going up. 3 more volleys. Can he break through? He can. The CC, it's going to go down. Ay, ay, ay. And I was hoping for the ace match. I was hoping for a game 3. I don't think it's going to happen. Not with a dead third. Shout out to ByuN. He gets across the map. Gets 13 SCVs. Not bad. 13. That's a... Jesus. 13 and 2 tanks. 13 SCVs. 2 tanks go down. May these 2 hero marauders... They're crazy. ByuN's crazy. Gets behind the mineral line, gets even more SCVs. 16 SCV kills, and ByuN, he rallies everything across the map. But Ryung is out of position. He misses the move out. And ByuN, can he fight back here? Takes down another tank. Boys are being pulled. A tank does siege. And Ryung is falling apart. Completely falling apart here. This army's doing nothing. Dead supply. He's now trying to force his way in. He now sees an opening. But ByuN is making a game out of this. And now he's coming back for us around. Ooh, but that's still a massive army though. Like, Ryung still has a terrifying army. As he will break through that tank. Cleans up the marauders. GG gets called. That's all that ByuN had left. And Ryung, he will overwhelm and he will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Ryung, he will take the series. Very, very impressive performance here by Ryung. We'll take the 2-0. Again, I was hoping for an ace match. I was hoping for a back and forth. We have seen ByuN take it to Ryung before, but again, Ryung, he is that TVT specialist. I mean, there's really not a player out there that doesn't fall to Ryung. There's a reason why he was dubbed the Clem Crusher back in WTL, as he was the only one that could stop Clem for Team Vitality. For those that don't remember, Team Vitality consisted of Solar, Maru, and Ryung, and time again, Team Vitality, they did not rely on Maru, they relied on Ryung to bring down Clem. And again, he's one of the reasons why Clem, he just abandoned TVT. He's like, he just, screw this, I'm done. I don't want to know Tuna anymore. Not anymore. The Protoss instead. GG, well played. Congratulations here, Ryung. He will take the series, and with that, we have our lower semifinals ready for us. So we go from one mirror matchup to the other. We're hopping on over here to the NA server. We're hopping on over here to the Americas. Up next, we have a PvP between SKillous and Creator. Let's go. Let us go. As we are switching our scenes over. And we have some updates. We have some updates to embrace here. Un momento. Here we go. Okay, from the top. We have our updates. We have Ryung, of course. Ryung, he is now lying in wait. He is in the grand finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. Meanwhile, we have our lower semis ready for us here. SKillous took down Gerald 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, went all the way to game 3. Big shout to Gerald here to actually make that happen. SKillous is one of the strongest players in all of Europe, so not an easy opponent whatsoever. So a big win there for Gerald. Scrolling down, Creator takes down YoungYakov 2-0, and Creator, he is waiting, or I should say the Creator is going to be facing off against SKillous in those semifinals. And I am excited for this. So, couple things here. SKillous has been popping off. SKillous, Nikita has been an animal recently. Specifically, I'm referring to last week's Wardy TV Monday, where SKillous, he popped off. And if you were here for it, you would know what I'm about to say. SKillous, what did he do? He 2-1'd Showtime and he 2-0'd Max Pack. SKillous, he took down the number 1 and the number 2 Protoss players in Europe in last week's Open Cup. It was crazy, it was insane, it was a very impressive performance. SKillous did end up falling to Hero in the semifinals, but it's Hero, you know, right? Like, you don't get much better than that when you think of the best Protoss players in the world. Showtime, Hero, Max Packs, like, it got worse and worse there, it got harder and harder for SKillous. And even though he did go down in the semis, he played very well. He played very well going up against, going down to Hero, but taking down a Max Packs and Showtime. It was very impressive. Because of that, I'm gonna be favoring SKillous 100%. I favor SKillous coming into this. Like, he has been on fire. Creator, he has been recently returning to the game. Creator, he took some time off. He took some time off coming into Christmas, coming into the new year. Creator, he was spending some time, you know, traveling, went to Japan, went to France as well, you know, was spending time touching grass, you know, now has been focusing on the gym, you know, great physique, by the way. Shout out to Creator. Has been posting on Instagram his progression as he has been working on himself and doing his best impact impression. It's a ways to go, but nicely done nonetheless. So shout out to Creator. But again, it's been focusing on, you know, other things here, and it did recently return to playing more consistently. He was a little bit more inactive, but coming in towards the end of January into February, Creator, he has been active once again, and he has been kind of regaining his skill and leveling back up, and it's going to be a close one. It's going to be a close one. I give the edge to Nikita, but this could still go either way. Could still go either way here. As our players are getting ready. Ryung wants a barley rice restaurant in Ulsan, Korea. There you go. As we are getting ready. Also, I guess because we have a little bit of downtime here, we are waiting for a Creator to arrive. So we have some downtime. Now would be the time to conduct our raffle. Let's go. It's Rifa time, baby. It's Rifa time. If you're curious, what is the raffle? What am I talking about even? Well, for those that are curious, we do actually host a random participation raffle for our tournaments, for Sparkling Tuna Cup. The reason for this, I mentioned before that our tournament is really top heavy. It's very top heavy. Only top two. Only top two make any money here, unless we reach our next goal on Patreon. True. If we can reach our Patreon goal, we can pay out top 4. But for now, we can only pay out top 2. But this is a way to spread the love and to give some prize money to some other players to kind of share the load, if you will, to some of the other competitors here in the brackets. And anyone is eligible as long as you played out your matches. If there was a walkover in the first round, for example, Ateshi, he did forfeit in the first round, so Ateshi is ineligible, but everyone else is eligible for the random raffle. Oh boy, so it could go to a finalist like Ryung, or it could go to someone that got knocked out in the first round like Phoenix. Could go to anyone. Could go to anyone here. It's not too much, but you know, just a nice way to kind of spread the love here. 5 USD is available to any of our competitors. Let's go. Bam. There we go. Let us go as we are getting our raffle ready. Un momento. I have to weigh the names and rig the bracket. I have to hold on. I'm rolling the dice. I'm randomizing the range. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this week the random raffle winner, we have 30 players. You can see here we have 30 eligible players, and one of these days I'll get a little drum set. One of these days I'll get a little drum set. But congratulations, this week the random raffle winner is... Oh, the random raffle is going to be our Polish Protoss player, Gerald. GG, well played, Gerald. He does win the random raffle this week. Congratulations. Shout out to our runner-ups here. Oh, Phoenix. I mentioned his name. We have Phoenix, we have Ledlix, we have SKillous, Jumi, and Shovka, as Bailey did not make the cut. But congratulations to Gerald, as he will walk away 5 USD richer. Congratulations. Congratulations, baby. Congratulations. And again, not easy. Going up against 30 other players, 30 other eligible players, so GG, well played. Meanwhile, I bought enough time. Our players are ready. Our players are ready. We are jumping into our semis. Let's go. Here we go. Hashtag rigged in the chat. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, but did work his way through the bracket, has yet to drop a single map. It is a Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim or who you think will advance on to the grand finals. Will it be one Protoss or the other? Will it be Creator or SKillous? As I mentioned before, because just purely based on recent results, I do give the edge to SKillous, but at the same time, it's a PvP. at the same time, it's a PvP. Anything can and will happen. It's a hard one to call. I'm hoping for an ace match. We'll see. We'll see where this takes us. We'll see where this goes. As we are opening up on one of the larger maps in the map pool. Welcome one and all to Frostline. Frostline is a large map, long rush distance by ground, but the bases are quite exposed here. There's no ramp coming into the natural. It's quite a wide open area here towards the natural. Likewise, exposed third, exposed fourth. Aggression can be favored. We'll keep an eye on our players. As the second pylon gets placed in the main, and SKillous does confirm. Likewise, second pylon in the main base of SKillous, and Creator will soon confirm as well. So basically, with this probe scout, both players are checking for the pylon locations and the pylon placements, and they confirm that there's no proxy. Basically, if there was a proxy on the map, this pylon wouldn't be here. So just counting pylons, making sure that everything's as it should be. Cybercore is done, and show us our first 2 units. It's going to be Sentry Expand. Ooh, greedy opener here out of SKillous. He walls up, he walls in, and with that, the probe is stuck in the main because SKillous is going for a faster Nexus. So again, SKillous, he does look in that probe. I like how SKillous is attacking his own pylon. Ay, ay, ay. There we go, Sentry has arrived. Hallucination scattered across the map. And he will lock that probe in. Behind this double Stalker out of Creator. Interesting, so much more aggressive, much more assertive here from Creator. Double Stalker, there's the pylon block. It means that Creator forced to throw down his tech first. Stargate before Nexus. Meanwhile, my apologies, I assumed that SKillous was going to be canceling that second Sentry. He didn't. So double Sentry opener kills the probe. Now he expands after another set of Stalkers. So this isn't as greedy as I was assuming. I was assuming a greedier build. Not as much. Not as much here for SKillous. Instead, throws out his Nexus a little bit later, setting up. Proxy across the map. And he is trying to catch out those initial Stalkers. Trying to. Shadow to the Tuna. Shadow to the Tuna. Forcing Creator back. Up, trying to find a force field. Ooh, does look down with Stalker. Very nice catch. Force field goes up, Stalker goes down. Very efficient trades here from SKillous. He's not done. Is not done. He can reinforce across the map. Going to be a Void Ray opener at a Creator. Very safe play. Creator getting ready here for the aggression. Stasis gets triggered here by the hallucination. Oh my god. SKillous, calm down. He does get triggered. Once again, locking down that first Stalker. Shield battery coming into play. The Stalker takes a lot of hull damage. Yeah, lastly, shield batteries out of energy. Zealot goes down. Oracle comes in as support. Another force field. The boys are being pulled, but they cannot engage. And SKillous, he might have too much. He might just have too much here. SKillous barely forced back. The pylon is under threat. Second shield battery is complete. Up, pylon goes down. Depowers everything. The Artosis pylon does fall. Now going for the Void Ray. Boys being pulled in once again. No more force fields. Takes down the Oracle. And here come the reinforcements. SKillous, he's overwhelming. He breaks through the defensive line. Going for that final pylon once again. Will bring it down. And now look at the numbers here. He's up in Stalkers. What about the Void Ray though? It goes down as well. Massive pickup. Void Ray falls. Creator barely surviving. And what's important behind all of this? Better saturation. Behind all this, SKillous, he's fully mining on 2 bases. Higher worker count, better saturation. Behind this, Blink is on the way. Gateway explosion as well, getting up to 4 gates with Blink. Creator, he survives, but the damage has been done. Damage was done. SKillous is in a better position. And the problem is, typically Creator would be able to harass with Oracles, but the Oracle died. Remember, the first Oracle did go down. First Void Ray fell as well, which means no counterattack. There is no counterattack potential. Thankfully, Creator, he rebuilds a second Oracle, and this Oracle has a lot of work to do. It's got a lot of work to do here. It has to move out, has to get some kind of economic damage. SKillous, no, he's getting in position. Pylon will fall. SKillous, he's on patrol. He's in position. And the Oracle rallies in. Oh no, not like this. Oracle does go down. Ay, ay, ay. And Creator is behind. Straight up. Creator, he is behind here. He's down to base, down in economy, down in tech. Right now, he's just now finishing up his own Twilight Council into Blink. Blink is about to finish up here for SKillous. And SKillous, he can soon move out and hit that Blink timing. Can hit that timing here. She's got skills playing out of his mind right now. Mate, there's a reason why SKillous toured max packs, you know? Like, mate, you don't tour max packs by luck, papi. No. It's in his name. He's got the skill, papi. He's got the skill. Oh my god. Also made out of liquid. What does that mean? I don't know. But here we go. It tells me that. Does push. Likewise. Does have Blink. Preserves the Stalkers. Locks down the army. Going for the Void Ray. Void Ray does fall. And with that Blink control, he should be able to outtrade. Yeah, down to 5 Stalkers. And GG gets called. Creator, he just runs out of steam, has nothing left, and SKillous takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. SKillous does take a lead, and we'll see if Creator can bounce back. The pressure is on. The pressure is on. I think TL should make Liquid Skill a drink. 100%. 100%. Like, mate, Liquid Skill. Like, it just sells itself. That sounds so good. Oh, no. Mate, crack open a Liquid Skill. Let's go. As game 2 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Here we go. Jumping into Whispers of Gold. And again, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 3, but the pressure is on. As we are loading into one of the smaller maps in the map pool. I would say the smallest map, but I don't know if this is smaller than Error Home. I'm unsure when it comes to the sizes of Error Home and Whispers of Gold. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner. Top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player from South Korea down in the series. The pressure's on. Can he bounce back? Can he force that ace match? It is Creator. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be opening up and settling in. We'll keep an eye on our workers. We'll see if either player does throw down a proxy across the map. Otherwise, it should just be scouting, getting a read on what the opposing player is up to, and settling in. As a reminder, last game, Creator did open up Double Stalker. SKillous opening up Double Sentry. The initial units do kind of dictate how our player wants to approach this. Being more aggressive, more conservative, more greedy, more economic, more safe. We'll keep an eye on them, as our 2 gateways have been thrown down. So 2 gate opener by Creator, 2 gate opener by SKillous. Probes are in position as scouts, and we are looking for that second pylon. Looking. Speaking of, probe is going to be chased down. And there is that second pylon in the main for both players. So far, so good. And again, both SKillous and Creator should be able to confirm. As SKillous, he rotates around, and he does find the pylon. Likewise, Creator dipping in. Should soon do the same. From here, the Cybercore is done, and what do we open up with? Double Adept. Okay, Double Adept here by Creator. With Double Adept, we can zoom across the map. The goal here is for economic damage. Double Adept does typically come hand in hand alongside a Stargate opener with an Oracle as well. We'll keep an eye on Creator. We'll see. Yep, there it is. Ooh. That's not a Stargate. Okay. Much more committed. Creator going for a Robo in the main. Here comes that pylon block, but this is that much more committed. Now, this should be a War Prism first. Now, the goal of the War Prism is to actually ferry these Adepts into the main base to get some economic damage, as it can be quite difficult to actually shade up the ramp at this level of play. So we'll keep an eye on that War Prism. Likewise, this can turn into a 1 base all-in. There it is! Gateway, no expansion. Hallucination comes in, and SKillous is going to confirm. He gets eyes on the Robo and the 3rd gate. He knows, he's aware, and he needs his own Robo. For now, he's expanding. Takes his natural, setting up back at home. We need a defensive Robo, we need defensive Immortals. There it is! A Robo gets thrown down. So far, good response. Good response here from SKillous. For those that are curious, a Robo is very defensive. Basically, it allows SKillous to get into his own defensive Immortals. And Immortals are going to be quite necessary here because it's up against a 1 base all-in. 1 base all-in is on the way. Immortals are in production. First Immortal here for Creator, going Immortal first, not War Prism. Adepts are getting caught out, but who catches who? SKillous has to retreat. SKillous, he pulls away. And we need shield batteries. There they are. 2 shield batteries on the way. Second pylon as well. This time, no Artosis pylon. Not this time here for SKillous. He's ready, he's prepared. Now, what SKillous will need here is a shield battery in the main. The reason for this Warp Prism. With the power of a Warp Prism, you can actually bypass natural and go straight to the main base instead. So typically, at least one shield battery in the main base is recommended to be ready for that kind of scenario, in case the fight does occur in the main and not the natural. Meanwhile, here comes that Prism, here come the Adepts. As the one base all-in has arrived, SKillous getting ready. He does confirm, does what the army. See SKillous trying to get in position. Getting ready in the main. Does want to get caught out. Does right in the force field. Sentries get locked down. Having the shield batteries up within range, and so far they keep the sentries alive. Yeah, they put in a lot of work, and with that SKillous he's holding. The boys are being pulled. He forces back the army. And SKillous, did he lose anything there? He lost nothing. He lost one probe. I mean, the power of the shield battery. Jesus. Nothing died. Nothing from SKillous, I should say. Meanwhile, he commits to the shade. Does commit. And he will target down those sentries one at a time. Does have enough to one-shot. Sentries are falling. Immortals are underway. And SKillous, he is struggling here. As the death count is building up. But alas, SKillous, he holds. A second immortal arrives. GG gets called, and Creator, he fails to break SKillous. SKillous takes the 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, Creator, the initial fight within range of the shield batteries, it was such an efficient fight there. SKillous, nothing died. It was crazy how he was able to deflect Creator. Likewise, Creator, he tried to commit with that second wave, but the immortal count was building up, the army was getting larger, and SKillous, he was holding. GG. GG, well played. SKillous, who will take the 2-0. And with that, we have our grand finals. We have our two finalists here. We have SKillous and Ryung facing off. Let's go. Let us go. The Tuna up against the Skill. Beautiful. Up against the Liquid, even. How does that work? Oh no. Oh no. How does that work? As we do catch up. As you can see here, it's been an intense tournament so far. Ryung has been able to work his way through Cristiano, through ByuN to make it this far. Bearing in mind that Ryung, he did show weakness in this matchup. I mentioned before that Ryung, his strongest matchup, what he's known for, what he's best at is TVT. TVT is his matchup, which is why he was able to have such a strong showing against ByuN. Also why he did falter a little bit against Cristiano. Coming into this finals here, I'll be honest, SKillous, he's looking good. He's looking good, he's looking strong. And I might even give the edge to SKillous here. But regardless of the score, regardless of how this goes, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I don't want a 3-0. I don't want a 3-0 in either direction. I want a game 4. I want a game 5. Let's go. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5 grand finals. Here we go. Just letting them know in the chat. Don't forget to join the Matcherino. Best of 5. Beautiful. And you yourselves as well, if you want to help support this tournament, if you want to help support these players, you can do so via Matcherino. !Matcherino in the chat, and you will get a link to the Matcherino page. Again, the Matcherino is a way to help fund and to help support these players and support this specific tournament, as all the payouts are done via Matcherino. All done via Matcherino, so you can help boost the prize pool if you wish. Otherwise, if you want to help support the tournament in another way, you can do so via Patreon. !Patreon in the chat. You can actually see our Patreon under Creator's name. Oh, actually, hold on. That shouldn't be Creator. Hold on. Bam. There we go. You can see it here. We have Ryung, we have SKillous. Under the SKillous' name, you can see our Patreon, our current goal as well, 400 USD a month, is our next stretch goal to help boost the prize pool. Currently, the prize pool for STC is top heavy. Currently, only top 2. Currently, only top two do earn any prize money here. But if we reach that next goal, we can pay out top 4. Top 4 can start earning as well. So that is our next goal. That is our next goal here for our Patreon. So you can help us reach it. we go. So players are getting ready. So just writing down the names of our maps. Beautiful. Shout out to Creator, by the way. Creator, he's smurging a little bit. He's smurging. Got a very emotional player. Very emotional player. It's a little bit sad about the loss. It's all good. Much love, much love. And here we go. Here we go. As the videos are done, we have our best of 5 ahead of us here. For those that are curious, game 1 is going to be on Frostline, game 2 on Arrowhome, game 3 on Amygdala, followed by Starchild, followed by Ultralove as well. And once again, I appreciate that we are going to be featuring some of the TLMC maps. Again, some of the older TLMC maps, I should emphasize. But the players that are willing to play on them, do appreciate it. Do appreciate it here in this best of 5. Let's go. That's us go. So we have our lobby for the first game. And again, if you're in the chats, we will soon be jumping into said predictions. We'll get there. Thank you for your information. Now I know Tuna is Ryung's nickname. Yes, yes. Yes. Dong one. Tuna. Here's the Dong one. The Tuna Terran. I mean, this is meant to be his tournaments. Again, like, this is Ryung, he's the reason why we have a Tuna here and not something else. Not something like a pelican or like a penguin or like or another animal. Let's go. As you can hear the beeps, our players are ready and the finals are upon us. As a reminder, best of 5 grand finals TVP between Ryung and SKillous. Again, both players, they have achieved so much already to make it this far. They are both in the money, but who will be first? Who will be second? We're here to find out. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality, the Tuna Terran himself. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will be our champion here tonight. Who's it going to be? Coming into this, it's going to be a tough one. As I said before, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I want to see a game 4. I want to see a game 5. That's all I want. I do give the slight edge to SKillous, but at the same time, Ryung, he has been on fire. He has the home field advantage. He is playing in the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and he is a Tuna. True. Can confirm. Is that enough, though? Is that enough? Or is the Liquid skill too much? Is it too much to handle? Let's find out. Let's do move out across the map. And again, welcome one all to the grand finals here of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 80. There's been 80 Sparkling Tuna Cups already. Again, STC went on a hiatus for quite some time, but I believe we did begin back in 2021. It's been a couple of years. It's been a couple of years of Tuna. We're here. We're back on a weekly basis, of course, every single week. We got you with that Tuna Cup action. Otherwise, double gas. Okay, double gas opener out of Ryung, going for a faster factory. There it is, factory's on the way. Going for a delayed CC, so a much more assertive and tech-heavy start here by Ryung. This can lead into early drop play, reactor reaper Hellion. This can lead into something more committed, like we have seen previously, like an early Cyclone into early tank, into early drop play, which we saw against Christianer. See how committed Ryung is going to be. Meanwhile, back at home, standard opener out of SKillous. And we'll see if SKillous is one to go for Stargate play. Stargate play is very niche here in this matchup. We still see it, don't get me wrong, but it's more commonly seen on larger maps. I'm referring to maps like Abyssal Reef or Neon Violet Square or King's Cove, maps that are not in this tournament, by the way. They're not in here. Not here. Ryung is forced back. Is there an option where we can see how long you watch the channel with days or / hours? Oh, that's a good question. I mean, there is the annual recap. Every year, Twitch, they have a recap, so you can see how many hours you've watched the channel, specifically for your top channels. So they show you that at the end of the year, if you do get that summary. Otherwise, I don't know if that shows anywhere. But there is that yearly recap. They can give you those stats. Now Ryung behind this with that 1-1-1, going for the Widow Mind Drop opener. Mind Drop is on the way. Reaper Hellion dives in. He does rush past those Stalkers into the mineral line. The boy's going to be pulled. And how many probes can we bring down? 2 workers so far. But only 2 workers. Nice defense here by SKillous. Very nicely done. Ryung will get a full scout. He will confirm it is a Twilight Council opener into Blink, but at a cost. At a cost of 2 Reapers and a Hellion. So a better trade for SKillous. Behind this, building up his gateways. We have how many? We have 2 gates in the main. We have 1 gate at the third, sorry, at the natural. So 3 gates Blink into a third base. A very safe play here by SKillous. Very safe. Building up into the mid game. Likewise, he fans out those Stalkers, looking for any kind of drop play. And will he find the medevac? Will he find it? Up! Medevac does boost in, Stalker somewhat in position, and SKillous, he does notice. So does Ryung, he pulls away. Does pull away, but now SKillous knows he's on the hunt, he rotates. He is rotating over, and barely does catch a glimpse. And Ryung, he will boost away. Will boost in, oh no! Stalker's intercepted. Massive pick off. The medevac goes down, and the Widow Minds, they do not drop. Massive pick off. SKillous, he does shut Ryung down, and now it's time for a counterattack. Now SKillous, he has gained map control. He's moving out across the map with everything he has. Ryung back at home. He's in trouble. He's walling up. He's walling off. Bunker, depot, eBay, I should say, has a tank on the low ground. In the main base, he is exposed. SKillous, he pokes in. Does poke in. Gets an SCV. He gets 1. Almost gets 2. Almost. Second SCV barely survives. Alas, SKillous, he can dive into the main. Ryung, he's pinned against the wall. Thankfully, there is no high ground vision. Not yet. But you can see here, SKillous reinforcing. Here comes that War Prism. And typically, some of the supply would be stuck at home because of the Widow Mind drop, but that is not the case. Not here. Now, SKillous, he's not all in. Remember, 3-gate Blink. 3-gate Blink Stalker, which means he is expanding, is getting a third. But he can still find some damage. There's 1 tank in the main. 1 tank in the main base. Rotating over. Oh! Blinks in. Going for the add-ons. Can I get the tank? Going for Stim, actually. 1 more volley. Up! What a mass! Oh my god, barely does. Denies Stim. Massive pickup. Stim is denied. 1 Stalker goes down. Just the 1. And this will delay Ryung. Basically, without Stim, Ryung, he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home. He's stuck on 2 bases. Third TC's on the way, but he won't be able to break out without Stim. So now SKillous knows he can be greedy. Now he knows that Ryung, his move out is going to be delayed even further. So SKillous can cut corners. And this, getting a Marine. Pulling away. Getting to his own tech, getting to his own splash damage. Several archives on the way for Storm. Forger +1. And SKillous is containing. Despite that, 3 probe kills, not bad. 3 workers going down. Storm is on the way. Storm +1, gateway explosion. And again, SKillous, he can skip warp-ins. And he is. Like, he's skipping warp-ins. He can afford to because of the damage that's been dealt. He's just focusing on his tech, on his upgrades, on his production. And then he can focus on reinforcing. Just because he knows that he is safe. Likewise, Ryung is building up. Eventually, he will break out to expand. Likewise, he does skirt around the edge. Raven goes down, does get 3 probe kills, but does finally fall. But Ryung, he does barely avoid the contain. He avoids those stalkers. Being cheeky, Stim is done in 5 seconds. And SKillous, he's not ready for this. Does have a shield battery. You can see again, like he's checking, he's fanning at his stalkers. He did miss the drop. Oh, now breaking out. Gets a stalker, not bad. One stalker goes down. Ryung, he actually pulls back home. Okay. Pulls back over. Bit of an all army. Ryung, he's committing. He's revealed by the observer. Ryung taking his 3rd. And SKillous, he will have a recall. Actually has no NG. No NG for the recall. He's rotating over. The observer does spot. No shot. No shot. He spots the drop and he will bring it down. Yeah, SKillous. Calm down. Both drops this game so far. Again, shout out to the observer. Observer did spots, did confirm. His other observer goes down here to the main army. And Ryung, he breaks out. SKillous, you can see, is rotating over towards the left-hand side, trying to catch another drop, if at all possible. But he does miss the main army rotating. Ryung pushing towards that 4th. SKillous moving through the center. Uh-oh. And this 4th base, it may just go down. He scans ahead of time. SKillous meeting up with the army. Charge is not ready. Yeah, he's not ready for this. Charge is not done. And the 4th base, it's going to be denied. There's no saving this. There's a cancel. Nicely done here by Ryung. Again, charge is just over halfway done. And without charge, SKillous cannot engage. He cannot engage. I mean, there's just so many slow lots. The slow lots, they do nothing. As Ryung now is on 3 bases, he does take that supply lead, has a hefty army. Do you have Storm? We do have Storm. Okay. Storm is done. There's 5 High Templar. Army moves in. That's a massive minefield. Charge! Oh, charge does finish just in time. Yeah, charge is complete. Mine's just going off. Massive connection here on the Stalkers, on the Zealots as well. But the tanks will be cleaned up. Yeah, SKillous, he will hold. Shuts down the main army. Much more efficient trade. Oof. No shot. Was that the Prism? That was 3 High Templar. Oh my god. Prism goes down. 3 High Templar inside. Ay, ay, ay. That was brutal. I mean, that was the big advantage for SKillous. Was the 5 High Templar down to 2. 2 High Templar left. Has to rebuild the Warp Prism. Oh my god. The hero Widow Mines. And suddenly, SKillous, I don't know if he can push in. If he had 5 High Templar, 100%. He could. Mine shots go up. Nice guiding here by Ryung. There's a first storm. And there's what? 2 storms left. Once again, zoning away. Nice kiting here away from the Zealots. CC's going to go down. That is the cancel. SKillous rotating over towards that mineral line, towards that 3rd. Feedback on the Ghost. Brutal EMP. No storms. Not yet. And Ryung, he will push back. We'll lose 13 SCVs though. Yeah, just zoning storms. SKillous trying to come in from behind. SKillous is going to commit in. I'm not so sure he can. Oh, the surround though. It comes in with the surround. He locks down the army. Ghosts are falling against SKillous. He's pulling it off. GG gets called. SKillous, he breaks Ryung. And SKillous, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Who needs Storm? Who needs High Templar, papi? Just throw them away. It's fine. It's fine. Aye, aye, aye. GG, well played. SKillous, who will take a lead in the series. Again, barely surrounding the army, barely able to catch Ryung out. I mean, it did also help, of course, that Ryung's main force did get surrounded initially out on the map, so SKillous did have momentum on his side. I just wasn't sure if he could keep going, not without his High Templar. Looks like he did barely have enough. Did have enough. GG well played. SKillous takes the lead. And we'll see if Ryung can bounce back. Again, it's a best of 5. Best of 5. Oh. Is a best of 5. So plenty of opportunities here for Ryung to bounce back. As we are jumping into game number 2. Jumping into game 2 here. On Home, one of the TLMC maps instead. So we go from one of the larger maps to one of the smaller maps. If not the smallest map in the tournament map pool. Known for aggression, is a rush map. And I believe the last time we saw Ryung here, no, sorry, I think it was on Frost Sign where he went for the like committed tank drop. Could see it again here. We'll see. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Home, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Vitality, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Ryung. Who needs 2 full medevacs? True, true. I mean, good point. It was very back and forth. Very back and forth between SKillous and Ryung last game. Whether it was SKillous losing against High Templar, whether it was Ryung getting caught out with his mine drop and with the marine drop as well. True. But again, what's important is after the initial engagement there on SKillous' side of the map, he was able to reset the tank count. He did have momentum on his side and was able to barely break Ryung. It was not easy. It was not easy whatsoever. Ryung, he barely wasn't able to hold, barely wasn't able to defend. And he was broken. With that, that leads us here into game number 2. Let's go. Leads us into game 2. Double gas. Once again, double gas opener out of Ryung, going for a faster factory. Last game, this led into Reaper Helen into a mine drop. And we'll see if Ryung does go for the earlier Cyclone. If you weren't here for the semifinals, or sorry, I should say, if you weren't here for the quarterfinals, then you may have missed Ryung versus Christiana. But in that series, Ryung, he had a very nasty build where he did go for, I wouldn't say a one-base all-in, but just very committed play, going into an early tank, into an early tank drop, and he was able to overwhelm his opponents. I believe it was on ley lines, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it was on ley lines where he was able to break Christiana. And this would not be a bad map for it, but we'll see. We shall see. I mean, there is a ramp coming into the natural that might be enough of a deterrence. True. The natural is more defendable compared to on ley lines. And that might be a deciding factor here whether or not Ryung would attempt it. For now, we're settling in. Didn't even know about the recap, but I found it. The stream is 4th place. Ah, there you go. But yeah, I think the recap does break down how many hours you watched, and it only shows you your top channels, like your top 4, your top 5 or something. It shows like how active you are as well. It's nice. It's a nice recap. But now though, there we go. Tech Lab on that factory. Going for the Cyclone for a Cyclone into Starport, into tank, into drop. Are we going for the build? Meanwhile, Reaper dips in. Could be a Twilight Council opener. There's that Starport. And so far looking hyper aggressive here. Ryung is building up. We'll see if he goes for an add-on swap or if he goes for the tank. If he does go for the tank, then we know he is going to commit. There it is. He's going for the tank drop. Let's go. So hyper aggressive here from Ryung, as he's going to be moving out with that tank across the map with the medevac. Meanwhile, SKillous is on him to respond. As SKillous, he's in the dark as to what's going on. He has Blink. He's throwing down his gateways. He's going into a 3-gate blink, very safe opener so far, but ideally you want to slow this down ahead of time. Ideally you want to engage in the center, or at least scout it coming. There's the medevac, there's the tank. Couple seconds away. SKillous, he checks the natural. Ryung, he leads with the cyclone. And he will hide the army. Oh, he does hide the army. Cheeky move out of Ryung. He avoids the shade. And here he comes. And SKillous has no idea. He has no idea. He only knows about the cyclone. Here comes that medevac. Here comes the push. SKillous, he's checking ahead of time. Does move out. Does engage. And now he knows. He sees the army. Sees the tank. Has to pull away. Has to pull back. Trying to slow down the army. Does try to. Here comes another warp in. His shield battery's on the way. Oh. Oh, we go micro. Saves the cyclone. Tank trying to push on forward, trying to get within range. And I believe it's in the range here of the shield battery. Massive dive though. Dives on in. Tank goes down. And without the tank, that's the backbone of this army. Cyclone getting a lot of damage done. Cyclone falls. Ryung losing too much here. Bleeds out the tank, the cyclone. One tank left. Still rallying across the map, rallying everything he can. SKillous trying to catch reinforcements. Has to be careful. And Ryung, he backs off. Yeah, Ryung, the push has failed. He does back off, does retreat. And now SKillous has momentum. Now momentum in favor of the Protoss. SKillous has to race. He has to get the hell out of here. Pulls back, has the high ground. Takes out a Stalker. Does catch a Stalker. Ryung pulling away. Whew. And now SKillous can expand. Now he can take a third. Okay, we're good to go. Oh my god. We have survived. SKillous has defended. From here, turning that defense into an offense. Prism across the map can go into the main. Tank is in position. 2 tanks in the main. Oof. SKillous does face check. Does spot the army. Going for the mineral line. Not quite. Ooh, he's gonna get punished though. Oh no! The Vikings, they do punish. Prism goes down. Stalker as well. Massive pickup. Ryung, he's fighting back. Is fighting back here. Punishes the aggression. Going for his own drop. SKillous is here. Is ready. Now we can take a moment. We can take a moment to breathe. Now for the most part, Ryung is stuck at home. He's working on a 3rd CC. Stim +1. He's building up before moving out. Does have the early high tank count though. And forcing back the Stalkers. Does force SKillous back. But again, he should be contained until he gets his 3rd. Like, the 3rd base is still halfway done. Likewise, SKillous saturating his own 3rd. Building up towards charge. Into Storm. Storm is almost... Or Storm just now beginning. Building up to a similar army that we saw last game. Which has been very trendy. For those that are curious, some players still, they play Colossus. Like, Colossus play is still a thing, still viable, don't get me wrong. But especially with the change to the NG overcharge, High Templar are that much more trendy and that much more effective. As you can warp in a High Templar, NG overcharge, and just instantly have a Storm available. Instantly have that Storm. And just have more Storms over time as well. As you can always replenish. So this has been the go-to. Going Stalker charge into Storm. 3rd base now being taken. Ryung breaking out. Taking his 3rd. Likewise, SKillous being active. He does spot the move out with the Observer. Oh! Does Ryung notice? Not quite. Doesn't notice yet. SKillous does notice. SKillous getting too greedy. Observer goes down. And the tanks are set up on the high ground. SKillous is going to commit. He's crazy. Wants to push in. I mean, Storm is done. True. Yeah, Storm is done. Collapse on the army. Massive Storm here on the Bio. Oh my god. Hot pickup. Ryung, he does save his Bio army. Does get the hell out of there. Very nice save. Another Storm on the tanks. And the tanks, they are going down. Oh, not even. Ryung, he holds. Saves the tank. And again, if it wasn't for the lift, he would have lost everything. Everything would have gone down. Impressive defense. Likewise, dropping into the main. Catching at the Immortal. And SKillous, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. He has to back up, has to retreat. He lost so many zealots. And he had to end the game there. He had to break his opponent, and he didn't. He got 8 SCVs, which is something. Did get a tank. But here comes the counterattack. Now it's time for SKillous to defend, and he's down in supply. He's gathering energy for Storm. He has 3 High Templar. He has 3 High Templar. Out of position. The 4th base is going to be denied. Okay, there's no saving this Nexus. SKillous coming in. Base is cancelled. Yeah, Ryung is just slowly pushing it towards that natural at the same time. Zalarama here towards the 3rd. Gets into the mineral line. Charge will say dive in. And he tries to break through. We'll get one of the tanks. Here come the storms. Yeah, Storm pops up. And it looks like it will barely be enough. It's still so close though. Takes down the tank. And SKillous, he's holding. It was a rough hold. Oh no. Mine shots going up. Ryung still rallying across the map. And Ryung, he will clean this up. Takes down the Zealots, the Stalkers, the Immortal thereafter. There's nothing left. And Ryung has done it. He breaks through the defensive line. Once again, getting on top of the 4th base. Once again, looking to force a cancel. Oh. Specs High Templar. True. Stims in. Baits out of Storm. Up. Up. Takes down the High Templar. Nice pickup. Templar goes down. Stims in. SKillous trying to survive. Keeping his head above water, at least trying to. Yeah, but there's just too much Terran. There's just too much bio. Ryung just rallying across the map. He can stim, he can win, he can take down the base. There is maybe 2 more storms left. Oh, he does split. Yeah, storms on the Widow Mines. But there's just still so many Marines, so many Marauders. The bio army stands strong. Oh my god, the Blinks, the Zealots. SKillous holding on. He's trying. Ah, god. But to no avail here. Yeah, Prism goes down. 0 High Templar left. And despite fighting his heart out to the 4th base, it's gonna fall. This time it's gonna be a kill, not a cancel. That's EMP. EMP pops up. Base goes down. That's all that Ryung wanted. Just wanted the expansion. And he got it. He got the 4th base. With that, Ryung, he maintains an economic lead. He's on an even base count. He's ahead in SCVs, ahead in workers. 4th CC now on the way. And again, it was just a very expensive hold there for SKillous. And he didn't hold, is the problem. He didn't save the 4th. It wasn't worth it. As he fought so hard and still lost the base. And Ryung, he's overwhelming. He is now overwhelming here. His production just kicking into high gear. He's got how many? He's got 11 Marauders. He's got a handful of Ghosts. He's got the Bio Army, the Marines. And when this army pushes, even with Storms, it's not going to be easy here for SKillous. So let's have 4 High Templar, true. Okay, if every Storm connects, then maybe. The Zealot run by. Storm coming in. Decent. Decent connection here on the main army. There's what, 2 storms left. Zoning Ryung away. Delaying the push. So I'll take the 3rd. They deny him the mining. They deny the 3rd. Not bad. And again, this choke point is brutal. We spoke about this. With the Ramshaw and Arrow home, they're very defendable. SKillous getting 11 SCVs. Speaking of the ramp, he just knocks down the rocks. Opening up the ramp. Colossus has arrived. Now it's going to be that much more harder here for SKillous. Just try to dive in. The mine shots are brutal though. We might go up. Oh, he stands in the storms. Does stand in them. I believe he will graze Eye Templar, and with that, Ryung, he breaks through the defensive line once again for the third time here at the fourth base. SKillous, he pulls the boys, lost his shepherds, but alas, just doesn't really have a large enough army here. He's overwhelmed. Zealots, they get 22 SCVs across the map. That is not insignificant. That's a lot of economic damage, but the main army still stands strong for Ryung. And we will have a back and forth here, which is what we wanted. Not a 3-0 in either direction. Oh, as one of my Zeus deals some friendly fire. Oh my god. Zeus deal friendly fire. As against SKillous, just up against the wall. GG gets called, and Ryung, he will tie the series 1-1. We have a back and forth. Let's go. GG, well played. We have a back and forth here, as Ryung does tie us up. And again, SKillous just having a very, very rough assault earlier, winding it back. A lot of this came down to the failed assault at the third. If you remember, when SKillous came in from two different angles, he flanked the army, he collapsed on the third base, and Ryung just lifted. He just picked up his bio army, he got the hell out of there, he preserved his forces. The storms, they did not do well enough, they didn't connect. He stormed where the army was, not where it was headed, and with that, Ryung, he took a very strong fight. With that, he gained momentum, and he never quite lost it. We had some closer engagements afterwards, but really it was just SKillous fighting for survival. Not really much else from there. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played, as that does lead us here into game 3. To game number 3. And game 3 is going to be on Amygdala. Let's go. And we'll see who takes the lead in the series. Which way is this going to go? The way of SKillous, the way of Ryung, where are we headed? Beautiful. As Amygdala is going to be one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, also much more defendable. Quite different compared to Frostline and Era Home, which are more aggressive maps. And we could see a very different kind of game state as a result. Let's go. We'll get into it. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid being forced into a tied series. Can he bring it back? It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player from South Korea representing Team Vitality, tying up the series and gaining momentum. Can he keep it going? It is Ryung. As we are going to settle in, do have our initial openers here. And welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala, again, one of the larger maps in the map pool. Very large, long rush distance by ground, and also very defendable bases as well. What I'm referring to here is because of all these rocks, again, moving out and rotating between either the third base, the fourth base, the fifth base can be very awkward. It takes a lot of time. It isn't until these rocks get knocked down that you can actually maneuver between the bases a little bit easier, but that isn't until the late game. So it is easier to be a little bit more defensive here and to build up. And as a result, we could be here for a longer one. So far, Game 1 and Game 2 have been more aggressive. We've been seeing a lot more aggressive early to mid-game play. But that might all change here. Might all change. As for the first time this series, Rax Expander. Single gas opener out of Ryung. Every game so far, we've seen double gas until now, which makes sense. Ooh, as the probe does fall, that should not have happened. Worker goes down, Natural's underway, and we're building up. It looks like the feels bad, man. Feels bad. As yeah, the probe should not have gone down. Ah, no. The probe bugged, the SCV bugged, I bugged, we all bugged, man. Let's go. We'll keep it even, man. We'll keep it even. Like, you win this round. Fair enough, fair enough. But yes, from here, Ryung, he's going to be going for the faster expansion, more economic. Meanwhile, SKillous going for his own Twilight Council. SKillous has the option to be somewhat aggressive. Despite how large the map is, reality is if we go for 4-gate blink, War Prism doesn't care how large the map is. You can reinforce on the front lines, you can commit, you can move in. There is aggressive potential here for SKillous if he so chose to. Otherwise, we could end up in a more longer game state. More longer stable game state, I should say. We have Ryung going for his 1-1-1. Initial commitment into Hellions, as Hellions are amassing. So double Hellion here into Widowmine drop, okay. And again, the purpose here is for scouting information. Ryung, he did skip his SCV scout, he skipped his Reaper scout as well, so it's all on the Hellions and the Widowmines to get vision across the map and to figure out what exactly is going on. Again, because we're on a larger map, I mentioned before, but Stargate play is more viable here. It's more accessible. So, I mean, there could be a Stargate opener into Oracle or into Phoenixes. Ryung doesn't know. Ryung takes down a probe. Makes his way towards the natural. Does rush in. Ooh, he's denied. Very nicely done. As SKillous, he walls off in time and denies the dive. Denies the Hellions. Hellions are cleaned up. SKillous maintains his 2 bases. We have another setup here in the main. 2 gates in the main base, and I see 1 gate at the natural, so 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink into a 3rd. Meanwhile, Ryung going to be committing a little bit harder. This is not your typical double mine drop, but going up to 4. Quadruple mine drop here from Ryung. Likewise, Banshee production as well. Hyper aggressive. Drop play into Banshee. And it's on SKillous to defend. As SKillous, he's back at home. Observer's out. Widowmine towards the natural. SKillous does notice. Has no blink, just now finishing. That's going to be 3 Widowmines here at the natural. Oh! Mine shot's going off. Does avoid them for the most part. Widowmine here into the main. Oh no! Ooh, catches 1 probe, 2 in total. Nice defense out of SKillous. That could have been so much worse. Especially with the limited reaction in the main. But with that SKillous, he defends, he survives, shuts down. Oh no! Shuts down the Hellions, and he doesn't even catch out the medevac as well. Oh my god. Medevac goes down. Massive pickoff. Ay, ay, ay. As Ryung's in a bit of trouble here. Now, thankfully, he's not done. He still has the Raven. Sorry, the Banshee, I meant to say. The Banshee is moving out, but Ryung has lost map control. And here come the Stalkers. They dip in. They get an SCV. They cancel a depot. Going for the other. Taking a lot of hits. Oh! Oh my god, can he get it? Not quite. Yeah, barely not. Oh my god. Stalkers force back. And the Banshee is moving out. Again, the main base is exposed. Nothing's in position. I mean, there's no reason for it to be. As the Widowmine was cleaned up. Banshee diving back in. Does rotate. Rotates back over. SKillous, he warps in. Leads out 1 probe. Just the 1 worker. I know. As again, Ryung, he doesn't have cloak, so no need for a detection. And likewise, has to respect those Stalkers. Has to pull away. Ryung, he pulls back. Likewise, getting a 3rd CC. SKillous does confirm with the Observer. Is aware. Does blink away. the hell out of there. And once again, same style here at SKillous. Going Blink Stalker into +1 in charge into Storm. Every game so far has been the same style here from SKillous. Has been the same build, the same setup. Of course, last game we saw that SKillous did commit a little bit harder to his charge timing, of course, which did fail at the third. I don't expect SKillous to commit anywhere near as hard as he is moving out, but setting up for a fourth. As the army does push through the center, takes down the massive tumors. Fourth base on the way, and yeah, we can see here SKillous, instead of reinforcing, what does he do? River into Bay. Bay is on the way, fourth base as well. Last game we saw SKillous just reinforce and commit. This time he's gearing up for a longer game. As he's knocking down those rocks, he spots the main army. Now, as SKillous is investing into his production, into his economy, Ryung is pushing. Ryung is moving out, catches the observer. SKillous gearing up. Immortal's on the way. And Ryung, he backs off. Does retreat for now. Banshee scouts, Banshee confirms a fourth. Ryung knows. And while he distracts, he moves in. But who catches who? Zealot 2 collapse on the army. Massive mine shots. Decent connections. But the wind mines are cleaned up. SKillous trying to chase down those tanks. A last hot pickup. Ryung, he saves the tanks. Get the hell out of there. Does pull away. Does pull back. Here come the storms. Oh my god. Has to be careful. Wind mines are in position. High Templar, they pull away. And we don't want a repeat of Frostline. I mean, SKillous won the game on Frostline, but still. don't want to lose the Prism. Don't want to lose the High Templar. SKillous, he does spread out. Vikings going for the Prism. Prism gets low. Does survive. Storm coming in. Zealot from behind. Storms, they will turn away. Yeah, massive storms. And Zealot collapse on the tanks. Tank goes down. SKillous, he's breaking through. Breaks through the main army, but last does not have enough. As SKillous, he will lose everything. Templar, the Zealots, the Prism as well. Ryung holds. Whew. Ryung, he does hold on. Again, it was a bit of a messy fight, coming in from behind, pushing in from the front. Ryung does defend, and SKillous, he overextended. Did overextend. Now, thankfully, SKillous was working on that next step, but that was a big loss. He bled out 25 Zealots, 4 High Templar, the Prism as well. Thankfully, the map is large enough where Ryung is stuck at home for the near future. But Ryung has a lead. Does take a lead here. Building up his ghosts, getting a fourth, massing up his army. And we'll see when he does decide to move out. When in it. SKillous, he does get ready for a Zealot run by. The main army towards the left. Zealot's actually going straight for the natural even. Okay. Head towards the natural. There is a bunker in position. Despite that, they get into the mineral line. A couple of SCs going to be going down for the most part. Ryung, he will defend. SKillous moving in. Takes down the mines. Shut down the Widow Mines. Moving forward once again. Zealots hate to distract. There's still a Zealot in the mineral line. Still that one Zealot in the natural. Nice side by the Ghost. Nice attention to detail. Nice attention to detail there from SKillous. Takes down one Ghost, pulls away, and doesn't commit. Again, there's a planetary, there's a concave. SKillous does not want to push into this army. Pokes in, pulls back. He's up to 3 Colossus. From here, he can start Disruptors, or work towards more High Templar and Storm. Now, Dark Shrine is on the way. Double expands, goes for the gold, takes a 5th. Jeez. SKillous' army is so zealot heavy. So many zealots. Let's go. Rotates once again. Keeping up with Ryung. Both armies are maxed. Again, we mentioned that on a large map like Amygdala, it is easier to defend on your 4-base setup. So we do often see longer game states. And we're here. We're looking for a storm. Up! Devil coming in. Storm mainly zones. No major connection. Popping up. Ooh, barely saves and does away the EMP. Barely saves the High Templar. Ryung, he does get eyes on the expansion. He's moving in. SKillous out of position here. Do we recall? Yeah, there's the recall back home. Is forced back. Recall's now on cooldown. We're lacking side defense here. Ryung stepping forward. One side Templar gets one. One Templar goes down. Going for another. SKillous overextending. Losing all 3. Losing 4. Brutal pickups. As that's 4 High Templar getting sniped. Trades with ByuN, but I mean, still a better trade for Ryung. SKillous go with his pants down, an expensive loss. He's now pushing forward. Down to 2 High Templar, and he's maxed. Is maxed out. Again, this is just a very cheap army here. I'm not too convinced, but SKillous does need to trade. Does need to trade out. I'm a little bit surprised. SKillous, he only has 1 robot. Just 1 robot right now, which is concerning. What I mean by that, after a fight, it's going to be difficult to rebuild. The Colossus, any disruptors. It's very risky here from SKillous. Likewise, he needs to trade out. He's got like 6k in the bank. And there we go. He's going to throw away these zealots. And these zealots are expendable. But now pulling away. Going for the planetary. Nice pickup. Planetary goes down. Planetary does fall. I'm still very anxious considering the low production count here. He's on 14 gates. Should be fine. Rotating over. Going for another CC. Ryung out of position. That's going to be another command center almost going down. Vikings, they lead the charge. The Liberator's on the way. Zealots, they charge in. Not bad. Catching at the Bio Army. Getting into the mineral line. These Zealots are going to trade well. As they take down all the Marines and deny mining. Ryung racing back home. Forcing the lift. And we have 7 more. Jesus. Okay. So SKillous, he's aware. Like, he's aware he has to spend his money. He's aware he has to focus on his production. And he's just going mass gateway. Oh my god. 21 gates. 21. He's a gateway man. Yo, the Swarm Toss style is real. The Swarm Toss has arrived. Just mass zealots. These Colossus are going to go down. Yeah, there's no saving this. Storms do connect. 1 Colossus falls, and Ryung, he wants the others. And he will get them. Takes down the second. 1 Colossus barely makes it out. And this is my biggest concern here, is a lack of tech units here for SKillous. Not the most efficient army, but I mean, hey, so far it's working. I'm just concerned when Ryung moves out. As the EMPs connect. And there it is. What do we have? Sky Toss, Stargates on the way, +1 air attacks on the way. We could have afforded this sooner, is what I will say. Could have been afforded sooner, but regardless, we are building up towards that Sky Toss. Ryung getting caught out, he's getting surrounded. And know where he wants to be. So they charge in. Oh. Storm of the Liberators, but yeah, Ryung, he breaks through the main army. Takes down the Zealots, they melt. Colossus goes down as well. And this is what I was worried about. It's going to take a long time here to rebuild. Oh, nice CC counterattack. Takes down the CC. Planetary falls. Making one Colossus at a time. Just saying, because there's only one Robo. And SKillous is trying to hold on, but the Marines, they sim in. They shut down the Zealots. Zealots, they just melt. And SKillous, he cannot spend his money. He has a massive bank. And he's trying to. EMP pops off. Again, the Zealots, they just don't trade well here. They fall one after the other. Plenty of medevacs to sustain. Zealots, they come in from behind. Can SKillous hold? Oh, it's close. There it is. 11 more Zealots. He's holding on. He's barely holding. And what's important, he reset the Viking count. Viking count was reset. What does that mean? That means we can make carriers. We can make Tempest. And GG gets called. The bases were going down across the map from the DTs, and SKillous, he takes a lead in the series. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. He breaks the spirit of Ryung. A very, very, I would say, intense style out of SKillous, building up to 21 gateways and purely relying on Zealots, on gateway units, I should say. I mean, the DTs were doing a lot across the map, don't get me wrong. Remember, those Dark Templar did kill an entire base, and they were denying mining on the left-hand side. And alas, SKillous able to barely hold on with the mass Zealots. Barely. It was quite intense towards the end, but does hold. GG. GG, well played. Oh, sorry, there we go. As SKillous does take a lead in the series. And now we're getting ready for our next map. Getting ready for our next map. For our next game, we're going to be loading into Starchild. Let's go. And SKillous needs one of us. One more game here to take it all. Wrong score. Yeah, I fixed it. It's all good. It's all good. Swarm toss, pappy. Nothing better on a warm Sunday night. Let's go. Holy gateways, man. Batman even. Holy gateways. Nothing but gates. Let's go. A bit of a messy fight. Very messy. Not Ronaldinho. Messy, man. Here we go. We're getting into potentially the final game of the series, as spawning in the top right-hand corner of Starchild, we have the Red Protoss player. The Red Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-1. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player from South Korea down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match. The pressure is on. It is Ryung. We go. I like how I'm like, Nikita, papi. Like, you don't have the production to sustain yourself. Like, mate, we need some more robos. He's like, I got you. 7 gates. It's like, I hear what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. More gateways. I'm like, okay, sure, I guess. I mean, it worked. Likewise, SKillous, he was staying on a very low gas count. That's why he had like 8,000 minerals and like 1,000 gas. Like very low gas count, just mass mineral. The gold base, of course, did take into effect and was a part of that as well. That's why he had so many minerals. And just pure zealot. Let's go. And some storms and some high templar. Sorry, some stalkers as well every now and then. With that, GG. GG, well played. We are settling into our 4th map. And so far, Ryung going double gas. Double gas opener here into a faster factory. With this response, he makes it look like an economic opener. So a bit of a fake out here. Yeah, fake out here by Ryung. SKillous, he doesn't scout the main. With that second SCV, Ryung makes it look like he is expanding, but he is not. No expansion, factory. Let's go. So some mind games here out of Ryung. SKillous back at home, standard opener, most likely into blink. And thankfully, SKillous does keep that probe alive so we can go in for another scout. He can try, but never mind. Gotta be hunted down. The robe will fall, and SKillous' scout is denied. He has no idea what's going on. There could be a base. There could not be. As we have the CC on the high ground, so not a one base all in, but an aggressive build nonetheless. This can lead into early Hellions, early Cyclones. Interesting factory straight into the tech lab. Now, an aggressive build is bold. We're on Starchild. It's a large map, long rush distance by ground. Because it's so large, for the first time, Stargate opener. Let's go. Again, Stargate openers, they used to be meta. They used to be the go-to a couple of years ago. Nowadays, less so. Nowadays, Terran players have gotten so good at punishing and shutting down Stargate openers and killing Protoss players, so now it is considered to be unsafe. It is unsafe to go Stargate unless you're in a large map. Unless you're on a map like Abyssal, like King's Cove, like Neon Violet Square, or Starchild as well. Despite that, there are some players that do go Stargate on smaller maps. It is just riskier to do so, but you can get away with it. You know, shout out to Classic. Classic is very fond of Stargate play in PvT. Very fond of it. As our players are opening up, Ryung has no idea. He did not scout the main, as we are opening up Phoenix. So Phoenix play here by SKillous. I do appreciate that he is varying it up. Reaper dips in. And the Reaper will scout, will confirm the Stargate. Does get eyes on the Stargate, does get eyes on the Phoenixes. Ryung is fully aware. And back at home, it was the factory into Tech Lab, into add-on swap, into Cloak Banshee. Okay, bold move. Cloak Banshee here by Ryung. He is very committed, has a lot of potential, as there is currently no detection. We get a full scout. We get a full scout. Phoenixes, they get eyes on the Tech Lab. They see it researching. Could be one thing and one thing only. Cloak Banshee. He even sees a Banshee as well, so he's fully aware what's going on. Back at home, Robo is almost done, and we do need observers, and we should be making them. So very nice scouting here by SKillous. Mech? Okay. Ryung going into Magfield. I mean, he did defeat ByuN with mech earlier, but that was a TVT. Here in a TVP is crazy. He's one of the few. If you're out there, if you're curious, mech against Protoss, does that happen? Players like Gumiho and Ryung. Those are the two. Those are the two that come to mind that do play mech. If you remember, I brought this up in the TVT, and then Ryung did play mech against ByuN. Playing mech here against Protoss as well. It is very niche kind of play style. Very difficult to pull off. Not impossible, but difficult. And here we go. Mass Marine Cyclone is moving out. And all things here, except for the Banshees, shoot up. And their goal here is to shut down the Phoenixes. We mentioned before here that that Stargate openers and Phoenix play is very difficult to pull off because of early game aggression. It is easier on larger maps because they're more defendable, but I mean, it's still going to be difficult here to hold on. It's still difficult. Ryung, his goal is to break SKillous before the Colossus. The Bay is on the way. Ooh, wait, what? It was cancelled. No, it's done. Okay. The Bay is done, and we should soon be seeing a Colossus. Before this, though, there is a window. There's a window in time where the Protoss is vulnerable before we reach a critical mass of Colossus. And we'll see if Ryung can hit that timing. He's still waiting for his upgrades, building up more Cyclones, making 2 Cyclones and Wintermines at a time. See if he can try to break his opponent. Now moving out. Hallucination confirms. And here comes Ryung. How much does he have? Okay, 6 Cyclones with Macfield. There's a lot of DPS, a lot of damage output here in these Cyclones. First Colossus on the way. Oh, does catch the Banshee. Very nice. Banshee goes down. Cloak was cancelled. Cyclones, they hit the 3rd. SKillous trying to keep up. Does have 2. Takes down 2 of the Cyclones. Ooh, massive mind shot. Oh no, the mind shot! Shots go off. Phoenixes go down. Oh my god, yeah, the mind shots are brutal here. That's 3 Phoenixes falling. I think some of them were hallucinations, so my apologies. But 3 Phoenixes go down. And Ryung, he wants the main army. He wants those Colossus. Oh my god. Colossus taking a lot of hull damage. A lot of damage is dealt. Phoenixes, they counterattack, they hit across the map. SCV's going down. And the Cyclones as well. Yeah, boys are pulled to repair. They maintain the Cyclones. Colossus under fire. Go the lifts. Oh, can he get it? Oh my god, barely not. Whew. And Ryung, he backs off. SKillous defense. SKillous, he does defend, he does survive. Has to get the hell out of here. As now there's the second and the third Cyclone. Oh, the punish is real. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3 still. Oh my god, 3 Phoenixes go down. Brutal pickoffs. Brutal pickoffs here as the mass Cyclone is trading well against the Phoenixes. And what is the answer to this army? Charge lots. Charge lots, Immortals. They're on the way. The Archons as well. So SKillous is building up. Ryung backs off. Again, Ryung, he was hoping to break SKillous then and there with his push, but alas, he wasn't able to. And SKillous, he survives. Let's go. Again, Ryung doing Gumiho proud. Let's go. Building up to how many? 9 Cyclones. Hoping to catch out those Colossus. Speaking of, SKillous does respond. Does react. Does get eyes on this. Wouldn't mind sparring. Army dives in. Colossus taking a lot of hits. Gonna take a lot of damage here. Locals are brutal. 1 Colossus does go down. Bit of miscontrol there by SKillous. Doesn't lift. And down to 2. Down to 2 Colossus, and the Cyclone's overwhelming. There's barely any support here. Colossus almost goes down. Vikings are popping up. Oh, the pickup micro. Oh my god. Only for so long. And Ryung, he's done it. He has done it. He breaks through the defensive line, takes on every Colossus. And the mass Cyclone, the Cyclones party. He's doing it. He breaks through. He breaks through. There's nothing left. There's a couple of Zealots, a couple of Stalkers. Cyclones, they can kite back. That's what they're built for. And alas, the mech here, it's working. He's done it again, Pappy. He's meching it up. He's making it happen. Mech. As the base has been broken, scans at a time, there's not really much left over. There's a couple of Zealots, a couple of Stalkers. He's just rallying everything across the map. And Ryung, he's looking to force that ace match. Looking to force game 5. The Cyclones are here. And again, there's just not much to stop them. Zealots, they charge in. Well, that's what the Hellions are for. They hit a buffer. Vikings as well. And SKillous is on his last legs. Warping in a handful of Stalkers, handful of Zealots. He can't believe his eyes. 10,000 Cyclones. GG. And Ryung ties us up. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. And again, going for the style here from Ryung, I'm pretty sure was a response and a reaction to the Stargate play as well. This is less viable against 3 or 4 gate playing Stalker, but against Phoenix's Cyclones, they can excel, they can pop off. You saw that it took a little bit too long there for SKillous to actually support and to reinforce his Colossus, to have any kind of buffer between the Cyclones and the Colossus as they were exposed. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. As that leads us here into the ace match. Let's go. It all ends here. It all ends on Ultra Love. One way or another, we'll be crowning our champion here. Will it go the way of our Protoss or our Terran? I don't expect to see Mass Cyclone again, I'll be honest. I don't expect to see that again. Unless we see Stargate play, but I doubt that SKillous will embrace Phoenixes on Ultra Love. Here we go. So we are jumping into game 5. Game 5 only because the cat said he wanted it. Bappy is magic. Let's go. True, I did want an ace match. Not wrong. You're not wrong. It's all I wanted. The players are so nice. So amicable. So here we go. We're getting to the ace match. And this morning, in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid, punished for a Stargate play in that last game, and I'm sure going to be avoiding the Stargates here in the ace match. It is SKillous. And spawning on the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran, flexing his mech in that last game against Protoss. But again, we most likely won't see that again. Representing Team Liquid, it is Ryung. Let's go. As we have made it here to the final game of the series, to Game 5, the ace match. So we're tied up 2-2. And Ryung opening up double gas. Double gas open here out of Ryung, Faster Factory. Welcome 1-0 to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a smaller map of the map pool, smaller than Starchild, bear that in mind. But despite the fact that it's smaller, we do have very defendable locations. The natural. There's a ramp coming into natural, very narrow as well, so a very defendable location. Likewise, there is a choke point coming into the third base, a destructible tower to knock it down, to buy more time, to help defend your expansion. So on the one hand, yes, there is a lot of, the map is small, that is true, but a lot of defendable locations does make for typically longer games. Typically, not always, not always. As aggression can still be applicable here, can still be effective. Especially here in between the bases. Like, wedging yourself in between the natural and the third base can be brutal on this map, to force your way into the natural and just avoid the third. It's actually how Ryung defeated ByuN on this map, if you recall, where he was able to outposition ByuN, siege up here in between the bases, and just snowball out of control. There was a little bit more to it, of course, but was on this map. Ryung, meanwhile, checking for proxies. We'll check the third location, making sure there is no gateway. Likewise, SKillous back at home. Show us the tech. Show us the Twilight Council. Or the Robo. Or the Stargate. There we go. Twilight Council has been thrown down. Again, going for a much more standard opener. Ryung whipping DL. Oh, did I say Team Liquid? Oh, Vitality. Sorry. If I apologize if I said the wrong name. Team Vitality, not Team Liquid. We go. As with that double gas, Ryung going to be opening up with his initial Reaper Hellion. Flying from map control. Into 1-1-1, into a Widowmine drop. Widowmines are amassing, drop is being set up. Meanwhile, SKillous fighting for map control. And working towards Blink. And we expect this to be 3-gate Blink. We'll see if he does go for extra gateways. Just 2 for the time being. SKillous on his last leg. How many did he have and what happened to them? Oh no. Ryung. He ate them. Ah. The Tuna was hungry, Fatty. Oh no. He was hungry. They turned to liquid. It's a skill. As Ryung is moving out with his drop. Likewise, SKillous only 2-gate. So 2-gate Blink into a third. This time a much more greedy build here by SKillous. What does this mean? This means he has less warp-ins, less stalkers. It also means that he most likely won't be able to counterattack across the map. It does mean that he has less to defend, but it's only a Widowmine drop. He only has to react, pull away. He can still pull this off, but does have less counterattack potential. As the Medevac does dip in, and we'll confirm the timing of the Nexus. So Ryung, he now knows that this was more economic. Dropping into the natural. And SKillous, does pull away. Up, up. Oh my god. Whew. Mine shot goes up. Takes down 2 probes and a death. Not bad. Decent damage. Widowmines are cleaned up though. And Ryung, he will race back home. Will boost away. Could have been so much worse, but skills he holds. Working towards the forge, +1. Into charge, still in a low gateway count, still just 2 gates. So skills being quite greedy here. Likewise across the map, skills he moves out, but he's only looking to contain. He most likely will not get any damage done in the main base. He does have a high ground vision, though he can blink in, but there is a tank. Here's a tank in position. Going for the tank itself, bold move, he's crazy, and he gets it. Very nice snipe, picks up the tank, gets the hell out of here. Pulls out, pulls away. And with that, SKillous, very nice start, does take a small lead. And the precision here, only 5 stalkers. Dives in, dives out. And that will slow down the push. SKillous behind this, going for once again a very heavy gateway count. We have 7 gates on the way. That's going to be a 9-gate setup here on 3 bases. That's a lot of gateways, a lot of zealots. And once again, it does seem like SKillous is going for this more gateway-heavy composition. The Swarm toss back. The Swarm toss. Let's go. Meanwhile, we do see Ryung getting a 3rd, so he's not going for a 2-base all-in. Building up to a 3rd base, which means he's going to be stuck at home a little bit longer, which means SKillous is free to get into his production and to now move out. We have +1, charge, prism is on the way. Now, SKillous should not try to break Ryung, should not try to push into the natural or in the main. That should not be the answer here. But what SKillous can do is collapse on Ryung when he tries to expand. When Ryung attempts to take a 3rd base, that's when Ryung is going to be vulnerable, and that's when SKillous can move in. Back at home, Bay is on the way, taking gases, going for Colossus. Ryung, he does break out. Does have his drop. Meanwhile, SKillous fanning out. Trying to ensure that Ryung is contained. And does have a spotter observer. Does have the observer, yep, does spot the drop. Pulls away. And Ryung, he breaks out. He breaks out of the contain as Ryung moves out. Prism moves in. He's going for the warp in. He's going for the zealots. Just the 1 zealot for now. Never mind. Doesn't reinforce. Ryung, he commits. Yeah, warp in's back at him instead. Ooh. Yeah, missile goes up. And can SKillous break this? The Mind Shot's going to be brutal. And massive Mind Shot's going off as well. Ryung, he kites well. Kites well for himself. Pulls away. Widow Mines are on cooldown, and without those Widow Mines, he's gonna have to back off. Knocks down the tower. Kills his own mine. It's fine. And SKillous is gonna chase him down. Will catch the tank. I will not. Tank does survive. Ryung trading well across the map. Zealots are popping up. They bring down the mineral line. SCs are falling. What about the main army though? The Colossus does arrive in time. SKillous, he has the Colossus. Does reinforce. He cripples the economy. And can he hold on? Can he survive? Tank falls. And SKillous, he's holding. Shuts down the tank, chases down the army, and back at home, there's no economy. There's no economy here. 22 SCVs going down. And Ryung, he's lost everything. He's lost everything here. He had to break through, and he didn't. He failed to. And these zealots, they got out of hand. The mass zealot party. He swarms in. He overwhelms. And SKillous, he's going for the kill. He rushes in towards that natural. There's barely a standing army. Down to 29 SCVs. GG gets called, and SKillous, he will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played, SKillous. Again, I was a little bit concerned that he wasn't going to be able to do much across the map, that he was going to be broken back at home. It was a tough hold for SKillous. We had the mine shots popping off, but last SKillous, he was able to overwhelm across the map. He was able to just wreak havoc, killed over 20 SCVs, crippled the economy. More importantly, he delayed reinforcements, and with that, he was able to then pick away at the main army, the widow mines, the tanks thereafter. Whew. GG. GG, well played. And a lot of that, thankfully, was because of the greed of SKillous. Remember, SKillous, he went for a very greedy opener. He got away with it. He was able to also pick off a tank early on, and that allowed him to get into that 9-gate setup. Remember, he had 9 gateways with +1 in charge. Just mass zealot. Crazy. Crazy. GG. GG, well played. And with that, SKillous is our champion. Congratulations. Congratulations here to SKillous, and a big shout out to Ryung. As Ryung, he will come out in second place, but still a very strong performance. Bearing in mind, Ryung, this was his first time. And it was SKillous as well, actually. SKillous and Ryung, it was their first time competing in the event, and I just realized we have a Royal Roader. We have a Royal Roader here, SKillous, playing for the first time and winning for the first time as well. Congratulations. Congratulations again, SKillous. He has been on the rise, has been improving so much here over the past couple of months. Post EWC, SKillous, he has been looking insane. We were giving him praise for his PvP earlier for defeating both MaxPax and Showtime last week. This week takes down Creator and takes down Ryung as well. GG, well played. SKillous, for a very long time, he was kind of locked into this kind of third place position in Europe. I'm referring to the fact that he's been in the shadow of Showtime and MaxPax for years at this point, you know, kind of been stuck in third place when it comes to the top protossers in Europe. But it does feel like in recent months he has been closing that gap, has been improving so much, and has been blurring the lines between himself and the other top protossers in Europe. GG, well played. It's been great to see the growth of SKillous over time, and I'm sure we have more to come. I'm sure we have more SKillous to come in the future, and hopefully we can see more of SKillous and Ryung in the coming weeks and in the coming months as well. Hopefully this is not the last time we see them in a Sparkling Tuna Cup. GG, well played. Having a look at the bracket itself, let us switch our scenes over. And I mean, what a bracket it was. It wasn't just these two players. We had ByuN. ByuN was, of course, competing. We had Creator as well, YoungYakov, Gerald, Cristiano, Jumi. We had more of our regulars alongside some newer faces as well. Again, for those that are curious, this is an open tournament. It is a weekly cup. Every single week we are live with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We've been hosting the STC for years at this point, ever since, I want to say, 2021. Many years here of Sparkling Tuna Cup action, and yeah, we're back on a regular basis. And again, if you want to support this tournament, even if you want to support the Tuna, you can do so via Patreon. !Patreon in the chat, and you will be able to help fund and support our tournament series. Quickly heading on over here. Bam. These are our tournaments. These are our tournaments we host on a regular basis. Sparkling Tuna Cup is a weekly, Sea Duckling Open is a monthly, and Masters 1 Open is also a monthly tournament as well. 3 events we do run on a regular, consistent basis here, and they are all funded via Patreon. SDO is for amateur players, is a diamond tournament. MSO is for masters players, and STC, Sparkling Tuna Cup, is open to all. So again, we do host events for different leagues, different ranges of players, of course, for pros, for amateur players alike, all available here via Patreon. And because we've been hosting this event for so many years, we've actually been able to feature a lot of these up-and-coming players in years past. Back in the day, we casted players like Mixu, like Baby Marine, like even Night Phoenix as well, before they were pro, before they were GM, before they were at that higher level, back when they were Diamond or back when they were Masters. We did feature them here on the channel. So you can actually see that the VODs are there. You can watch them many years ago, back in 2019, 2018, 2017, as we've been hosting these events for a very long time. Oh my, almost 10 years. So you can see some of these players back before they hit that pro level. GG Machine as well, true. GG Machine back before he hit GM, back when he was Diamond. A lot of these players we were able to feature, and again, that's what our amateur events are for. They're a way for these players to have a reason to compete and have a reason to improve. It's not like everyone becomes a pro, true. It's not like everyone, you know, gets that drive to improve and hit Masters and then hit GM and then, you know, go the distance. But every now and then we're able to find like a diamond in the rough, and we're able to support them as well. So GG, well played. Does always feel good to see some of those players, you know, out there active and, you know, giving their all, I should say. Giving their all. GG, well played. Ooh, oh my god. I try and fail to recreate on the ladder. Let's go. The Mass Zealot, let's go. Oh no, SKillous, what have you done? What have you done? You've inspired a generation of animals. Mass Zealot, let's go. Just catching up. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. Thanks for tuning in. Again, our next Sparkling Tuna Cup is going to be next week. Otherwise, if you are unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft action, then we got you covered because we are live on a daily basis, every single day, multiple times a day. Here we go. This is our weekly schedule. We just wrapped up with Sparkling Tuna Cup, and in a couple of hours, in less than 2 hours time, we're going to be back. We're going to be live with the Fire Grow Cup. You can see it there at midnight KST or at 2 a.m. here in Australia. We are live here with Fire Grow Cup, the playoffs. Meanwhile, we have in less than 24 hours the Wardy TV Monday is going to be at Monday night at 9 p.m. KST. We have the Pigastore Monday in the morning on Tuesday. We have the OSC Season 12 Championship Tuesday afternoon. We have Code for Giants Cup on Wednesday. Tenacious Turtle Tussle, that's another event that we host that is not funded by Patreon. There are some individual sponsors for that event, but regardless, we have the Turtle Tussle on Thursday. We have the Pondcast. We have more OSC, Little League Cup, Amantes, SDO. That's our diamond tournament. That's our diamond tournament on Saturday, and we have some more STC, some more Tuna on Sunday. Every single Sunday, we got you covered. Again, we cost more StarCraft than any other channel out there. We have the content, we have the quantity, and we have a bit of the quality as well. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. If you see something that you like, if you see something that you want to watch live but you cannot, then check us out on YouTube, ! socials in the chat, and you'll get a link to all of our channels: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Blue Sky, Mastodon, all things CranKy Ducklings, Discord as well. And again, we upload to YouTube on a daily basis, so there's plenty of content on YouTube. It's all there. We dual stream as well. We stream on TikTok, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Kick, on Facebook. We're all things CranKy Ducklings, papi. All things CranKy Ducklings. We're all over the place. And yeah, with that, you can watch us wherever you so please. And likewise, thank you so much to all of our current patrons. Thank you. Our Patreon has grown a lot over the past couple of months. For those who do not know, we've been casting and running events since, what, 2017? For a very long time here on the channel. Very long time. But we have been, gaining traction here over the past year. And I'll be honest, our Patreon was like under 100 USD for most of those years. For like, yeah, for a long time, our Patreon was there for sure, but we weren't really getting a lot of traction, weren't really getting a lot of attention. I want to say over the past 12 months, if not even 6 months, it has grown exponentially. So thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the support that we have been getting on our Patreon, and of course on our channels, viewership wise and otherwise. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, we're not going anywhere. We've been here for a long time. We'll be here for a long time as well. Like, it's all the casting, all the StarCraft on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Again, we're going to be back in 2 hours time. The stream is going to go down. I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to get some food, going to get some water. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to rest up and get ready for another broadcast. For those that are curious, what is the Fire Grow Cup? Fire Grow Cup is a big monthly event for the CIS region, featuring players like Wayne, like YoungYakov, Nikic, Nickrat, SKillous, he was last month's champion, GG Machine, and many others. Big shout out to MindoVK. MindoVK, he is the organizer and caster of the event. MindoVK, I mean, he even used to compete. I mean, he still does compete, but now it's been focusing on running events and casting a lot as well. So big shout out to MindoVK. And again, we're going to be live in less than 2 hours with that Fire Grow Cup action with the playoffs. We'll be there. We will be there. Otherwise, we'll see you when we see you, whether it's for Fire Grow Cup or whether it's for another event, another cast, another tournament. I'm sure we'll see you again sometime. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for the support. Stick around, we're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live? Who is live at the moment? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. We have Rex. Rex is casting. Railgun is back. Railgun, he's an old name in the scene, and he started streaming again, so big shout out to Railgun. Who else is live at the moment? A lot of people covering Wardy's event. True, Wardy is covering his February tournament. I believe they're still in the group stage. Otherwise, we'll find someone. Find someone to send our love to send everyone over to. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. And we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys when we see you. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.